in the court now where time stood still. Generations pass on the hill, prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption, split tight as it bites. In this endless trial, we pay the price.
Hey, folks! I got home in time for almost catching Monday start. Yeah, hi Diogo. I wasn't aware of this either, but I could leave the office a bit sooner than expected. So here I am. And well, they're already started. Bastards. So, with no further ado, they started early today. So, apparently they have some discussions to do. So, let's go.
Good morning, everyone.
We are 20 minutes behind, so yep. $1.25, so we get going.
Okay. Great.
So let's see what they talked
And
about
I don't know
this
if
morning.
y'all got word, Ms. Love is a little bit delayed this morning. Mr. Atkins, are you able to point to where in the transcript supported Ms. Love's argument on that objection?
Your Honor, I'm currently not able to point to exactly where in the transcript supports the state's argument. I will be working on finding that, Your Honor.
Okay, or can you maybe communicate with Ms. Love?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, yeah. Generally, now I have monetization on, but generally you should only get an ad coming in and an ad going out. Nothing in the stream. And then for the replay crew, it will be one ad every 30 minutes if my stream survives. So, hey, good morning. Happy Monday. I bet she would be yelling at the fence if they were delayed. I don't know. She said as long as one of the reps are there, that should be enough to start. But with the prosecutions, since apparently Miss Love is more or less a one demon show at the moment, and hey, thank you. I got it when I was in the United States. It's almost a month ago now. Hey, but let's keep going here.
Matters for the court's attention this morning.
I think it's part of this. I just want to continue my argument on my motion, that's all. But I assume it's within what you're doing. So
What do you mean?
I assume it has to do with what you just asked, Mr. Atkins. So I think it's part of the same motion, but I have other statements that I'd like to make to the court, that the court to consider, that's all.
Okay.
I could do that now. I'm not trying to blindside Mr. Atkins, but if it helps, I'll do it now.
Hey, Christine.
So the 8:30 email that I guess y'all all got says she'll be here momentarily. Not quite sure what momentarily means, but
Yeah, Your Honor, my latest update is they should be in the elevator as I'm
okay.
speaking.
Well, then we'll just give them a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. And I see here, don't you, some people don't like that because you get behind. Now,
And it's everybody that needs it or wants to have the Zoom link.
I do pause a bit because this is a commentary channel. And so I will do it, but I also will play it in 1.25 so we get up to speed eventually.
When was that sent out, Your Honor?
Should have been probably this morning. I
Thank you, Iron Rabbit.
think I can copy it and send it.
Gifted 5 memberships to Lauren McLanorin, Nils Scorpio, Lars Jermund Rogn, Salty Dog 78, Queen Glamazon. Hey, congratulations. You now have access to all my members only content and members only emojis and to my Discord. Hey.
On that email that just got sent around if anybody needs it. Okay.
Your Honor, may I also be copied on that email?
Yeah, I'll just send it to everybody that's on the email from
Thank you, Your
on
Honor.
behalf of Ms. Love.
So you join
I don't even
late.
honestly know.
Miss Love
who
was
all
late,
these
but
people are.
there she
Some of
is
them might be
in
dual
bright
office
pink.
people. Good morning, Miss Love.
Hello, Mr. Jingles.
No, I think that, one person.
Mr. Jingles is here. Good morning, popcorn, Polly Popcorn. Yeah, and while nothing happens
Y'all might
right
get an
now,
email from this
hit
person
the
with
thumbs
the
up
same Zoom
if
link
you
as
wouldn't
well.
mind. Helps the algo something, apparently. Skipping ahead.
This year.
I'll consider it.
Thank you. That's all I ask. The not holding court on election day this year.
I'll consider it.
Thank you. That's all I ask.
There are 2 weeks of early voting though.
What I think of the plea deals. I believe they will do nothing while the trial is ongoing. But if there is convictions, I don't think anything will happen. If the guys are set free, I think the prosecution will do that with a vengeance because they need somebody in prison.
I volunteer at the polls. I could find someone to sit in for me, obviously. So it's not a major issue, but
Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there.
I appreciate that, but considering all of the early voting
Thank you,
opportunities,
Rosie.
including weekend voting, I don't know that I'm
Mr.
going
Jingles is
to cancel court for a day. I really would like
cuddly
for us to
serial killer.
move as expeditiously as possible through this case. I don't think we want to be here this time next year doing the same thing.
I'm never one to argue against that, Your Honor. Follow up on that?
Sure.
My office should have sent your honorable court an email about, I believe it's the same day, November 5 is election day. I was given the honor of arguing a case before the Honorable Supreme Court of Georgia State University that morning. So I have to clear it with your honorable court, but I just want to have to let the court know.
Okay. I'll let y'all know. I haven't seen that email yet, but I'm sure it will get forwarded.
It was sent to Ms. Percival, but we could, and Ms. Ross.
I'm sure that they'll send it on to me. You may.
Yeah.
Yes.
Seems like we're going to hear a motions hearing this morning. This could be interesting.
Oh, it's fine. I just was sending out the Zoom link to, on a, the email that your, I guess, assistant had sent. It's fine. I don't need to know. I appreciate it though.
For you who don't know, you are all, by participating in this stream, you are in the JVTs, Mr. Jingle's Viking Thugs. We do not commit any illegal acts, and we don't take responsibilities for any other members in Mr. Jingle's Viking Thugs.
I believe that we were awaiting a transcript, and if I got that this weekend, my apologies to the court because I was under the weather this weekend and I did not see the portion of the transcript that reflected exactly what it was that I said in response to a particular exhibit.
Okay, well, that is in the transcript that I think Ms. Percival forwarded on Sunday afternoon. I can
Thank you.
read it out.
I haven't. If the court was
It's
reading
pretty
it.
close to what my memory of it was, actually.
Okay, let's put the banner down here.
You say, Your Honor, but there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference because what Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with Defendant Williams after a particular time. So can you point the court and defense counsel to the portions? And I know we don't have Detective Dennis's transcript yet, but we have the transcript from Mr. Donovan Sr. You should have gotten that forwarded from Ms. Weaver. Have you had an opportunity to look at it yet?
I've not looked at it really quick.
Okay.
It's a difference of opinion regarding some testimony in what was said and what wasn't said. I honestly don't remember. But if it is regarding Detective Dennis, well, the state's witnesses have had a tendency of going off the rails somewhat. So who knows? Okay.
While we are looking for more specific language, I just want to point out to the court that to the extent that the objection is made that there was a comment on the evidence or the evidence saying a particular thing, two things as it relates to what I said. I intentionally did not speak a particular name for multiple reasons. And I was particularly vague for multiple reasons. But the objection that I had was that Mr. Steele asserted through his language that that particular flyer was introduced in 2015. And that was put forth before the jury more than once.
Right.
And Mr. Sledge agreed with that. And Mr. Steele then put forth a flyer that he said would have chronologically come after that flyer that I had the objection to. And that flyer that he put up was one from December 2014. So this is not a a circumstance where I testified, I alluded I made reference to something that I believe existed. I did not comment on, what that evidence was or make a comment on the evidence. But unlike a circumstance where a lawyer would say, that didn't happen to a question being asked, I simply said the evidence, there's been evidence. I didn't say what evidence. I didn't comment on a particular piece of evidence. And so in as much as my statement to the court was intended to orient the court and to apprise the court of why I was making the objection without speaking too much about it, I would ask the court to overrule Mr. Steele's objection to my objection and deny any motion that he made as a result of it. But we are still, at the court's direction, looking for the language that led us to be where.
Yeah, I agree with Bria here. This was resolved on that Friday. So I don't know why she's bringing it up. I think the motion is for something else than she is talking about, but I'm not sure.
Led me to make the statement that I made.
Understood. And Mr. Steele, looking back, and when we were talking about it Friday, you said you weren't sure that you had said 2015, but looking back on page 10 before the objection by Ms. Love, you do say you're not to say, but you're asking, is that 2015? And the witness agrees. And apparently everybody knew it was 2014. So
May I speak?
sure.
So I agree. I misspoke. I did not do it intentionally, but that's for the court to determine. And Ms. Love, I hope you feel better. My issue goes to three things, really. And the reason, and thank you for allowing me not to ask the jurors to be removed. I don't remember the time, but it was close to 5, and I just didn't think it was appropriate.
Sure.
But I appreciate you allowing that to happen and that it's still preserved. My issue, though, is this. I definitely misspoke. I watched the Law and Order or whatever, Law and Crime, and then I got the transcript later. And I apologize. All that has to be said is, where's the date on it? Ms. Love said that, or are you certain, or do it on redirect? And then I corrected it because I said this is in date order. And then I went back to the next flyer is the same band, same group performing, and it's December 31, 2014, going into January 1, 2015. I wanted to correct it. I didn't realize at the time I said 15, I wasn't focused properly, I guess. But for a lawyer to then say, and the evidence has shown, that was my issue.
Yeah, I understand what your motion addresses.
And this is easy to figure out because I can't get these Twitters anymore. They're gone. They won't. I tried to subpoena them. I can't get them. But the state, through Agent Racy, he's a Cobb County, he's now with ATF, but he was with Cobb County. He got I don't know why, but just a certain amount of time from middle of 2014 to the middle of 2015, got a year. All these are dated. The reason that these aren't dated I put in is because previously the state had an objection to any writing on it, but everybody has the date. It was December 26, 2014 and December 31 going into January 1, 2014, 15. But my problem is we can't be making any lawyer what the evidence is until a closing argument, and the evidence is not closed yet. So that's my big problem. And I will say this, the state gave us an email. If they don't remember it, I could put in evidence for it, just for the record, on Friday, August 9th, 2024 at 5:22 p.m. Your Honorable Court is CC through the Honorable Ms. Persifield, and it gives the list of people who are going to be testifying. That's wrong. That's the wrong date. I gave the wrong date. I'm looking at the wrong date. I'm sorry. This was given the way it used to happen. I don't know if it still is, but Ms. Hilton would give a list every Friday to the media and then to us of who the next witnesses are, and certain witnesses, for whatever reason, couldn't be shown.
Right.
So they were undercover agent or something like that. And then there were objections there too. But on the media list of 5/10/24, so it's May 10, 2024, the state had Detective Racy, which is RAISSI, by the way. He's now Agent Racy. And then followed by this performer, Mr. Lamar. His first name is DEQUANTES. And he goes by Rich Omikwan. And that came to everyone via email from Ms. Hilton. That's May 2000.
Yeah. One thing that, because now I do remember this, everything that's been handed up is through the state's discovery. So the state is objecting to their own discovery being presented. in the manner that the defense does, which is insanely stupid. Just because they obeyed by the no writing on these. And Ms. Love did make a testifying objection about this, in my opinion.
24. So my point is, the state had him on a short list. They didn't call him. They don't have to call witnesses. I get that. So I was going to call him. He's already under subpoena. And I assume the state knows this because they didn't call him. But on March 23rd, 2015, Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie Kwan, and this is all public, he said, I'm still affiliated with Rich Gang, with them, we're talking about Rich Gang. In an interview, that was with Thesis, THISIS 50. In an interview with ESPN on April 20th, 2015. And 2015 is right after the January 2015 the death of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Lamar reaffirms that Mr. Williams will always be his, and I'm quoting, brother. And with Vlad, VLAD TV, Mr. Lamar talks about Mr. Williams on April 21, 2015, wishing Mr. Williams the best. In an interview, he states that he and Jeffrey have no, or excuse me, Mr. Williams have no, quote, bad blood. That's May 16, 2022. September 18, 2022. He talks about that they get along. In an interview with Cam Newton, August 15, 2022. He details how he's a fan of Mr. Williams' work even before they met. And he emphasizes that he and Mr. Williams never had a problem. And it goes on. He has other interviews here. The point I'm trying to make is I contest that there was this supposed eruption and they don't get along. So the state put up Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr., they said last week to the Honorable Court, to make this claim. They don't put up the actual people involved. And I'm going to put up, if I need to, I know I don't have to put up a case, but if I need to, I'm going to put up people who observed the two of them together. The people who interviewed him, I know I'm going to get objections to hearsay, but the point I'm trying to make is to say that I said the wrong date doesn't need this additional. That falls on the exact same platform as it with the same witness last week. District Attorney Love read a plea colloquy in an unrelated Alford plea. I don't know how that happened. That's from Mr. Sledge. And then I believe, and it's not a violation because I try to speak with every witness. If they won't speak, that's fine. But at that June 9th, 2024 meeting at Starbucks in Fayetteville, there was clearly Brady evidence. Now, some of it was given to us. The Brady evidence that was given was what I originally said. It was August 9, 2024.
So, Your Honor, if we could deal with one issue at a time, I don't have any problem addressing each of them. I would ask the court's indulgence to allow me to address each one in turn because I've heard about 4 so far, and we're on to Brady evidence at Mr. Sledge's interview, which is entirely different than the exhibit Mr. Steele put up that we were addressing.
All right, well, we were trying to give you time to find the portion of the testimony to support what you said on Friday. I think Mr. Steele's just outlining what his other issues are going to be.
Because I'm going to have to address each of those, and I do have a response to each of those, I was trying to listen and to take note.
All right, we have 2 other people sitting at council table with you. I'm sure they're equally capable of running a word search and a transcript. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Yeah. This is, oh, I need to listen and do this at the same time. You have 2 more there. Yeah. Tell her, Judge. Go on, tell her. And these are the 2 who are there. They used to be 5. They used to have 2 people at the back table as well. But those are gone. Hey, Special Bentley Bros. Good morning.
It's just that, at this meeting, it comes out that Jeffrey Williams is with Mr. Donovan Thomas days before he's killed, according to Mr. Sledge. I have other evidence that puts them together, but that's the contested part. It's not really Rich Homie Kwan, it's Mr. Thomas, Donovan Thomas. And what the state's trying to say is that for the court certification, I believe is what they're saying. Mr. Thomas is trying to be the manager of Rich Homie Kwan. Mr. Thomas doesn't want Rich Homie Kwan to sign with a man named Mr. Brian Williams, who's Birdman. Jeffrey Williams is not signed with Brian Williams, Birdman. And somehow Jeffrey Williams doesn't like the fact that Donovan Thomas won't let Rich Homie Kwan sign with an independent person. So Jeffrey Williams has him killed. The jurors may adopt that. But when Mr. Sledge tells District Attorney Love on June 9, 2024, that Jeffrey Williams and Donovan Thomas were outside, and I thought it was TIG, but TI's studio, he's a performer he's a wonderful performer named Clifford Harris in Atlanta.
Mhm.
And they're having a good time. That's Brady evidence. And I never got that. Now I did get it. I don't want to, there's no violation. I'm making it clear. I got it from Mr. Sledge and Mr. Wright. But we should have gotten it from the DA as well, because they didn't know. I assume they didn't know that I got it from other people. And I don't think Mr. Matthews got it. I didn't share it with him anyway. So that's Brady evidence for him too, because it's part of the state's case. Those are my issues. It just, that's one witness last week. And it's the objection, it's the Brady, and it's the reading of a transcript. It's just a lot to deal with. And that's it. My objection, I asked for a mistrial. You know, I'm God willing honest with everyone, but I don't want a mistrial. But I don't know what to do. So those
Okay.
are my issues.
All right, thank you.
And I do apologize for the speaking, and hopefully I cleared it up.
I mean, it happens. I don't find any purposeful action on your part in saying the wrong year. But
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I apologize to the court in advance. My voice is a little lacking today, but as we are bringing
Why is your voice lacking today, Miss Love? Have you been out with other witches brewing something?
up things and patterns, I want to bring to the court's attention a couple of things that the court would not have knowledge of, as the court could not have been present when it occurred. I've read the portion of the transcript where I said, as it relates to a young man in the picture, I believe evidence has come out that, and I want to read it exactly as I said.
well, I mean, I already read it out once.
Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of a defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with defendant Williams after a particular time. So there have been instances during this trial with other witnesses, much like the way that Mr. Steele is alluding to instances that the state has brought up. I'm bringing this up for a reason, if the court would give me indulgence, where the state has asked a witness a question. For instance, did Mr. Steele ask you to, did Mr. Steele stop the recording while you were talking? And Mr. Steele literally verbally stood up and said, that didn't happen. That did not happen. While the, see right there. And so giving testimony during trial, I did make an objection to that. That was addressed. That, in my estimation, is wholly different. And that is the kind of thing that it would appear Mr. Steele is sort of alluding to the state having done now, and it's not. I did not state anything about the weight of the evidence. I said vaguely as I could, I believe this has come out. The jury will know. My objection was intended to inform the court as to why I made that objection. I will point the court's attention, since Mr. Steele has brought up these interviews he's talking about, to the discovery we did provide.
Load of
You know
bull
what?
crap.
He admits there's not a violation. So have you found the portion of the transcript that you say supports your assertion that evidence has come out, that whatever?
Since I didn't name a person.
I understand, but then you said to me
I did,
afterwards, outside the presence of the jury, I've got a basis for saying that.
and I did.
Okay.
During the examination of Donovan Thomas Sr. by Ms. Hilton, she asked whether or not Mr. Thomas Sr. ever saw this person, this gentleman that I was referring to,
Mhm.
and defendant Williams perform again after December 2014. He
Okay.
said no. That was the evidence. That is the reason that I said that evidence has come out that these people didn't associate after a particular time. I intentionally did not want to speak on 2015, 2014, but I can state in my place that unlike interviews and all of that, we've had interviews by people other than counsel in the courtroom. We've actually had interviews where we have had investigators told that after the murder of Donovan Thomas, that this gentleman and defendant Williams did not speak again.
Are those interviews recorded, or is it just the word of the investigator? That is the question I want an answer to.
After they saw each other in Miami following the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., a question was asked, where is Woody? Defendant Williams told this person, Woody was in Atlanta. This person looked over and saw Woody on a turntable or something in that same club, and this person walked away and did not say another word to him afterwards. The point that I'm making is that when I see an assertion by counsel that there has been something, a concert by the two of them in December 2015, and the statement wasn't made, it's a leading question. So it's essentially a statement wasn't made once, it was made more than once. And then the witness adopted it and said, yeah, it was in 2015.
All right, so
I don't know
I
any
think
other
I
way to
see the
correct
portion of the transcript that you might be referencing. It is on page 45 of the rough of Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr.'s testimony. There's a question about a video shoot and Birdman. After this video shoot, to your knowledge, did your son ever promote anything dealing with Jeffrey Williams? The answer after the Fulton Industrial video shoot, no. Is that what you're talking about? Or is it something else?
think it was
Because it would
more
be nice if
specific.
y'all could point me to the part of the transcript. But you know what? Regardless, I think that the issue and the reason that Mr. Steele made the motion is because you said in front of the jury, and I hear you saying, Mr. Steele did the same thing, which honestly, y'all, neither of you, that if it is improper, the fact that the other person is doing it doesn't make it less improper. Two wrongs don't make a right. Y'all are familiar with that. But I understand that you were trying to correct the misstatement about the date and essentially say, you know, it's not possible. The better way to have done that would probably have been to say, can we approach and call to Mr. Steele and the court's attention why it is that what he was saying about 2015 wasn't possible. So I don't think that it is anything that is serious enough to warrant a mistrial. But for both of y'all, for everybody, if something like that comes out and you think for whatever reason that something is getting misstated by the attorney, just ask to approach and we'll deal with it up at the bench. Okay.
Your Honor, there is a,
Can I get everybody's okay on that?
absolutely.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. There is an issue that I have experienced. I have made an objection, and when I hear an objection, if the objection is made to my question, I pause.
Yeah.
But that does not happen. And so if when I object, a person continues to talk and improper information is being put before the jury, I don't know what else to do with
Okay,
that.
I'll address that. So I noticed that as well. Everybody, when you hear the word objection, stop talking and let me hear what the objection is. And then sometimes I will still need to hear the entirety of the question because I won't know whether the objection is meritorious or not, because I'll need to hear the rest of the question, but not always. So just stop what you're saying. Let me hear the objection. And then if I need you to tell me the whole rest of the question or whatever it was you were saying, I will let you know that, and then you can, and then I'll make a ruling. Can we operate like that from now on as well? Great. Okay. We ready for the jury now? You need a minute? Yeah. Okay. Sure. We'll take just a minute. Yes, just, we're early on, but does anybody else need to step out? Do we need, like, with regard to the defendants? Yes? Okay. Everybody go to the bathroom. Come back, let's get going.
Okay, and we can skip ahead a bit. Here we go. All right, Mr. Sledge has a Canadian tuxedo on. I didn't know stonewashed denim was back in fashion, because if it is, I believe I have some clothes from the 80s, but those really don't fit me anymore, and probably haven't fit me in 30 years. Okay, there is more cross or
May I
is it-
approach Mr. Sledge?
You may.
Oh,
Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what I've marked.
okay. I thought they were done Friday, but apparently we get more cross-examination.
as Mr. Williams or JW 255. You take a peek at this for me, tell me whether you recognize that item.
Yes,
And is it in the same condition? Have you seen it prior to, 2024, 2023, going back? Is it the same condition?
yes.
Any alterations or changes to it that you can tell?
No, not allowed to see.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 255.
It's admitted.
May Mr. Kokomo display it, Your Honor?
Yes.
It should come up on your screen, but it should be the same exact thing. You can check it. That's in front of you, okay?
Yes,
And if Mr. Kokomo can blow that up at all, and if not, that's fine. So this is exhibit number at the very top, Mr. Kokomo, if you just show, you see where it says exhibit or EXH number JW, Jeffrey Williams 253? I believe it's 255, but. Let me see if I can. You see at the very top, 255?
yes,
Okay, and then if Mr. Kokomo can just center so all the words can be seen on the actual writing. Do you recognize this as a social media posting? And do you see the date?
yes,
And it's from DMAC, got me to TOO, banging at DMAC to banging. You see it says December 27, 2014.
yes,
And does it read then, and I'm changing it just because that's how I am, A-N, lie to their mama, brother, sister, and kids, but get to the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, 3 question marks. I don't get it. And then hyphen at Young Thug. Do you see that?
yes,
All right, did I read that fairly accurate? I know it wasn't perfectly accurate, but fairly accurate.
yes,
All right. And is that similar to what has been marked and played in states number 447Y, where you started out with, I'm going to, and this may not be exact quote, but something like, I'm going to swear to tell the truth, I'm going to lie on God. You remember that?
yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it means, if you know, when it says at the end of it, the hyphen at Young Thug?
Before it,
Can
I
you,
don't-
can you explain that to the jury?
I don't get it.
Yeah, right after that.
At Young Thug, I mean Young Thug, I'm sorry.
Yes, do you see that?
Yes,
Do you know, and if you don't know, just say, I'm not sure. Do you know what that means?
no, I don't
That's
know
fine.
exactly what it means.
Okay, and this one goes back, if you remember, if you don't, we can show it to you. But do you remember what the state used on January 26, 2015, said repost? You remember that?
The repost with,
This is about the repost, where the state says this video snippet is about the Donovan Thomas murder. But then Mr. Steele found the original from January 4th. And now he is finding the same kind of speech in a social media post, December 27th of 2014. Now we're talking 2 weeks before Donovan Thomas murder, which clearly shows that the prosecution is full of crap.
Yes.
yes,
Okay, and then you showed the jury the January 4th, 2015 video, same video, Jeffrey Williams, remember that?
yes,
And this one is approximately a week before January 4th, 2015, right?
yes,
December 27, 2014.
yes,
And prior to this, prior to 2014 and 2013, 12, going back, have you heard the same type of statement?
yes,
All right. Now, did anyone from the police department or the district attorney's office, and I'm saying after you entered a plea, so this is December 28th, 2022, okay?
yes,
After that, so coming forward,
yes,
did anyone from the district attorney's office or one of their teammates, police, whomever, did they ever ask you?
Objection. Relevance as to what anyone else ever asked this witness. If Mr. Steele wants to ask something, he can.
What's the relevance?
Ask about the evidence of the reposting? They showed the gentleman the evidence?
Your Honor, my
Know if
objection.
anybody, I want to know if anybody ever went over with him that it's a repost?
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Did, at your meeting, we'll just do it on June 9th, 2024, at the Fayetteville or Fayetteville Starbucks?
Yes.
Did District Attorney Love ever ask you
Objection.
about,
Objection.
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained.
did State's Exhibit number 447Y, the repost, January 26, 2015, was that ever discussed with you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why are they so adamant in not allowing in information about this secret meeting the prosecution had with Mr. Sledge this summer? This is
Where it says on the January 4th, 2015 video, and if you need to see it, I'll show it to you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, where you read to the jurors that Mr. Martinez or Duke said it first?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. Did you ever explain to anyone about Mr.
Objection,
Martinez
Your Honor.
saying
That
it
would be
first?
hearsay.
He's right here.
Explaining outside the court, it would be relevance and objection.
Sustained.
Now, District Attorney Love asked you on your direct examination why you didn't go to the police on the morning of January 11, 2015, when you dropped off Mr. Copeland at the City of Atlanta Police Department homicide. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. And you were aware that the police called Mr. Copeland
Yes.
that night, and then Mr. Copeland went down to see the police, right?
Yes.
Did the police call you and tell you that you were the prime suspect?
No.
Objection to the compound question.
Overruled.
No.
You were asked questions about the music company or business YSL, direct deposits. You remember that working for them,
Yes.
working for Mr. Williams? You remember all those questions?
Yes.
All right. Do you personally know, do you personally observe, does that music business have lawyers working for them? If you know, if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Do they have accountants?
Yes, I think they have accountants though. I know that.
How about managers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to managers.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions also about what you explained to the jury, that anybody can claim YSL. Do you remember all those questions?
Yes.
There was no beating in, there was no initiation fee. Remember those type of issues?
No. Never have. That you never have to get beat in or however.
Somebody could just say, I'm with YSL.
Right.
By doing that, does that mean that they're with the record company
Oh.
YSL?
Objection, vague by doing that. I don't know.
Overruled.
Now, you mentioned yesterday meeting with Jeffrey and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams and yourself and Mr. Donovan Thomas and others, I'm not excluding others, shortly before, God forbid, Mr. Thomas was, days before he was killed on January 10, 2015 at TI Studios. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Is TI the performer TI that you're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know his real name?
Something Harris. That's all I know. I know his last name Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
And is he a phenomenal, well-known, accomplished artist?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about the definition of snitching. Do you remember that?
I don't remember asking me that.
All right. Do you remember saying in the video 447Y snitching, and I'm not going to say, but BIT blank 8?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury what snitching means.
To me, my definition of snitching is another person lying on another person.
Now,
oh, so his definition is a complete 180 on what Woody said. Woody said it's not snitching if you're lying, while Sledge says it's snitching when you're lying. All right.
on from December 28, 2022, I'm using that date because that's the date that you were released from custody on this case. That's the
Yeah.
date of your guilty plea, okay?
Yes.
All the way through today, but including Sunday, June 9, 2024, when you met at the Fayetteville Starbucks,
Yes.
the district attorney and your lawyer and the investigator. Did anybody go over with you what's been gone over with you in court, the plea agreement?
No.
You told the jury that Jeffrey idolizes Lil Wayne or Mr. Dwayne Carter. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes,
Did you ever hear, are you familiar with Lil Wayne's work? His music, his indie?
yeah, I'm familiar with his music.
Have you ever heard him use the word slime, the term slime?
Yes,
Was that before you ever heard anyone say it, or was it after?
I don't heard it said before, but he's like one of the first artists I heard say
He being who?
Wine the Wine.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
All right, Ms. Weinstein, you had three cross.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Dog. Dog.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I am Diamante Kendrick's attorney.
Yes,
May I approach you and show you something?
yes.
Thank you.
YSL dog in the house. Yeah, apparently Lil Wayne used the slime expression first.
I'd like you to just take a look at this video. Do you recognize the action that was performed by that player in that video?
Yes, Tyrone here.
Hang on,
Testimony
don't say
about
anything
Oh,
about it.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, just do you recognize that
Yes,
player?
yes,
Do you recognize the action that he performed?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm moving to admit Kendrick 1.
I object on the basis of relevance and foundation, and if we need to approach so that Mr. Weinstein can show the court what it
Well,
is.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so.
Okay.
Oh, we haven't given out our.
I need to stand up. Okay.
This is sidebar counter 239. Oh. Oh, they are up there for quite a bit. Why?
Sustain on the foundation, but you can see if you can lay further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I will not.
Mr. Sledge, I have a few more questions about that video that I showed you.
Yes,
Have you seen that video of that player before?
I know who the player are.
Have you seen him doing this particular thing? Have you seen that clip before that I showed you?
I don't recall seeing the clip, but I just seen it when you just showed it to me.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
I didn't watch Miami game yesterday.
Okay, I'll move on.
All right.
I'm going to show you some.
Oh, no. No. Doug was trying to get yesterday's game, the Dolphins or whatever, in the interview, the winning interview, whatever, they did that. Oh,
Thing else, all right?
Yes,
May I approach?
You may.
You see this photograph?
yes.
Have you seen that photograph before?
No, not to today.
Okay. And I will not be asking you questions about that photograph.
Right.
December 28th, 2022, going back to that date, where did you wake up in the morning?
At Fulton County Jail.
And where did you wake up on January 1st, 2023, New Year's Day,
And at home.
at your home,
Yes,
in your own bed?
yes,
And you signed that plea deal that we've already talked about.
Yes,
And you initialed all those statements that were made in there, right?
yes,
And you would have initialed anything to get out of jail on that day, correct?
yes.
If they would have asked you if you could say that YSL did
Objection
not kill
calls for
Tupac,
speculation.
What's the question?
if they had asked you,
Objection
If
to,
you-
if they had asked you, just nothing else beyond that, Your Honor, because it's speculation.
but again, you signed and initialed all of that, and you would have signed and initialed anything to get out of Rice
Just
Street,
stand.
correct?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
No more questions.
All right. I think nobody else had cross. Is that right? Is that still the case? Okay. All right. Is there redirect?
There is, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, now we're going to redirect. But that was a good final question. You would have signed anything. And he said yes. Let's see how long this redirect will last. Yeah, I can't show that clip because it's probably copyrighted.
Mr. Sledge, you were asked quite a few things by Mr. Steele on Friday regarding what was and what was not asked of you at the time that you entered your plea agreement with the state. Do you recall that?
Yes,
But most of this you asked on direct examination, Miss Love. So that would be, most of it should be asked and answered.
Your Honor, just
Yes.
to satisfy the rule of completeness, the state tenders States Exhibit 444Y, the entire plea agreement, or States 1AS, which was admitted for a different purpose at a
All
different
right.
time.
Any objection? Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to further commentary unless we need to approach. I'm tendering the exhibit.
I understand. He's not commenting. He's stating what his objection is because I asked him to. I think we might need to approach to resolve it, though.
Yeah, that was a mistake by Miss Love. Object to the commentary. No, Miss Love. I asked him what his objection was, and he told me. Oh. And dun dun dun. Sidebar counter 214. Let's see how long this will take. Will it be all the way up to the live? Hey, we are now up to speed. Thanks to the sidebars. 204. I mean, the amount of sidebars have gone down severely after Glanville was yeeted.
All right, let's get Mr. Sledge back, please.
Thank you, Judge.
So I guess what we will hear now is all of the plea agreement. Or maybe we won't. I don't know what the ruling was.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, on cross-examination just now, I believe it was by Mr. Weinstein. Forgive me if it was by someone else. Were you asked the question whether anyone ever went over the plea agreement with you between December 28th, 2022, when you signed the document that is states 444Y and states 1AS, and today, were you asked that question on cross-examination by either Mr. Steele or Mr. Weinstein?
I don't know. I don't think Mr. Steele asked me that. He asked me something about June the 9th. So I don't know if Weinstein just asked me that question either.
All right. Did Mr. Steele ask you on cross-examination whether anyone went over that document
Yeah.
that you signed on December 28th, 2022 with you at the June 2024, I believe it was, meeting between you, your attorney?
Didn't Steele objected? No, Steele tried to ask. You, Ms. Love objected, and it was sustained.
Investigator Lancico and me in Fayette
Well,
County.
this
Did
will
Mr. Steele
open the
ask
door.
you that?
I think that was the question was.
And was your answer no?
Yeah,
No,
cause no, yes,
At that point, had the document already been signed in its entirety? Had you already signed everything you
oh,
needed to
yes,
sign?
yes,
On cross-examination last week, you were asked about hiring an attorney for the purposes of this case. And let me actually back up and ask you this. You were asked a few questions about what was going on at the time that you signed this plea agreement on December 28th, 2022. Do you recall that?
yes,
All right. Do you recall being in a courtroom here in Fulton County on the date that you signed that plea agreement on December 28th, 2022?
I don't think I was in the courtroom. I think I was in the tank in the back when I signed.
Okay. Were you in a courtroom when you acknowledged under oath that everything that you signed was true?
Yes,
Asked and answered.
Did Mr. Steele, Mr. Shart, or any of your other friends' attorneys ask you on cross-examination?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you tell the jury that you loved Mr. Stillwell? You loved Shannon?
yes,
Did you tell the jury that you loved Defendant Williams?
yes,
And Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Shart and Mr. Williams, they represent people that you love, correct?
yes,
All right. So on cross-examination by lawyers for one of the people that you love in this courtroom, were you asked about your conditions prior to signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
could you repeat that?
Yes. On cross-examination last week, do you recall being asked about conditions you endured before signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Yes,
Do you recall being asked if you felt pressure to sign that plea agreement?
yes, I think so.
Do you recall being asked whether you felt intimidated to sign that plea agreement?
I don't recall that one.
I'll ask you, were you intimidated by the state into signing that plea agreement?
Was I intimidated?
Were you intimidated?
I wouldn't say I was intimidated. I was basically like, I just feel like it was forced on me at the time. I wasn't intimidated by it.
It was forced on you. We're going to come back to that word force, okay?
Yeah,
Do you recall on direct examination when I was asking you questions, do you recall you first mentioning something about the fact that your mom, unfortunately, had become ill. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you recall telling me not to speak on her?
I said I didn't want to talk about her.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about her multiple times?
Yes.
Did you have any problem with him talking about her?
No, because me and my lawyer had discussed, don't even get frustrated about it.
So is your testimony that you didn't mind Mr. Steele talking about it because you had a conversation with your lawyer about that?
Yes, he just told me to stay focused, and
Okay. All right.
even with you, he just say stay focused and answer the questions.
And tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. When you say you felt forced, would you please tell the jury who it was that forced you to sign, or who you felt forced you, if anyone in particular, to sign anything on December 28, 2022?
I'd say the state, because when I addressed it and tried to change situations, they wouldn't change them. So
And it's still your testimony. Is it still your testimony that there were things that you wanted changed that you did not get changed? Is that still your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
This is not as much about building a case against the defendant. Now, Ms. Love is building a case against Mr. Sledge.
could you repeat it?
Is it still your testimony that there were things you wanted changed in this plea agreement that you did not get changed?
Judge. Your Honor, could I talk to my lawyer right fast?
You may.
Or no? I don't want to.
All right, let's just take a recess.
All right. There will be.
I know we just broke, but if anybody needs to use the restroom, you can go ahead and do that. And can somebody let me know when he's back from talking to his lawyer? Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
Appreciate it.
Oh. Yeah, this might be reoccurring today with lots and lots of probable sidebars. Probable Mr. Sledge wanting to talk to his lawyer. Yeah, I do believe that the state's case rests on coercing people to sign plea agreement, to then use it in court as evidence, counting on, hey, they won't change their mind. And yeah, I agree with Patty. They had that plea agreement is pure crap. Hey, thank you. Deborah Williams gifted 5 memberships. Gifted to Lisa Key, Justice Fly, Jane, Crystal Sutton, and Tia C. Hey, congratulations. You now have access to all. What is this going to? You now have access to all my members only content. You have access to members only emojis. And you have access to my Discord. And the link is in the community section on YouTube's. And you click the link. If you already have a Discord account, you will be brought right into my Discord, whatever it's called. And then you explain to the mods that, hey, I am this person on YouTube's, and they will let you all the way in. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Deborah Williams. That is very, very generous of you. Okay. She did say that if you wanted to go to the big boys' room, you would be able to do so now. And yeah, I kind of need to. So I will play you a tune while I go and visit the big boys' room. I'll be right back.
Gavel cracks, breaking backs, twist the facts, yeah. Rotten core, buried deep, justice cheap, hell. Crooked smile, sneaking trial, deception, follow man. Power trip, crooked grip, lose your grip now. Symbol of greed, fall from the steed. No more lies, mask, disguise, greed ain't no creed. Yea, the judge. From the bench today, no more lies, corrupt decay. Yea, the judge, watch him sway. Truth will rise, make him pay. Yea, the judge, from the bench today, no more lies, corrupt decay. Yea, the judge, watch him sway. Truth will rise, make him pay.
All right, let's see what you are talking about. Kaiser's mama, she objects to the commentary, Judge. What is that called? That she does every single time she breathes? Yeah, definitely. Missy Boo, can his lawyer fight her trying to put him in jail off of her story she put in this plea? Well, he kind of has to, because he's his lawyer. Let's see here. Kaiser's moments again. I'm dumbfounded by how much love talks, but she is so hurt about the speaking objections by the defense. Yeah, but every time the judge makes an explanation to her in front of the jury, which Glanville never did, I think that's a difference they have noticed. Bridget, still, what have we proven? But people took plea agreements to get out of jail. I agree. I think that is very obvious now. Very, very obvious. Dun, dun, dun. See here. Oh, hi, Gwendolyn. Hey, welcome. Yeah, when you're a witness on the stand, I would have hoped that he would be better prepped by his attorney, because Ms. Love, because Sledge uses a word as he interprets it. then Miss Love will take that word and use it in her interpretation. And that kind of confuses him. And so it's good that he talks to his lawyer, and he should do that more. Definitely more. Have you missed much? No, not that much. There are a lot of breaks and pauses, so you can more or less go back to the beginning and just speed through in 1.5. Kimmy G. Nick, didn't the Georgia Supreme rule a different co-defendant's plea coerced? Yeah. That was Tix, I believe, if I remember correctly. No. No, it wasn't. Well, whoever it was, that person's plea deal was, first plea deal for a 2015 crime was overturned by the Georgia Supreme Court, which means that it should have been non-existent. Then he later on pled again, but Ms. Love used the overturned one and put it into evidence, which Judge Glanville allowed. And that is one of a gazillion appellate issues in this. Samantha Yo, by the way, Doug was trying to be that a Miami Dolphins athlete shout out Slat and did the nose wipe yesterday. Yeah, I know. Hopefully they can find another witness that can testify to that. Dun, dun, dun. Sebastian, do I think that Love's actions will come back to bite her? No, because the people who can bite are the district attorney's office. Mistrial counter. I believe this was mistrial motion number 36. Hey, Reformed Convicts in the chat. Good morning. Thank you, J Love. Jimmy, yeah, Mr. Winfrey. It was his plea deal that was overturned and that Miss Love put in evidence. This is this is why one of the things why I enjoy this, because I can't keep everything in memory. But and you in the chat, the collective intelligence and mind of the chat helps me along. You are great, guys. Did you know that? Well, you know that now. Hey, they are back.
I'll find out.
Miss Love and Mr. Sledge's turn is having a discussion. I wish I was back. I wish I was in the courtroom all the time, and I wish I was here all the time as well, because when I was there, I could actually somewhat hear what they were talking about.
It's never any fun.
Samantha, am I wrong to think his attorney is more on Love's side? Well, he is. The way he works are kind of in question here, because if Sledge really asked to get changes, and he told him they don't want to, that puts his conduct into question. Right.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes,
During the time that you spoke with your attorney, is your attorney the only person that you spoke with?
yes.
All right. Did you speak with any member of the state this weekend?
This weekend?
Yes.
No,
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney this weekend?
ma'am didn't talk, but
Okay. All right. So did you testify on cross-examination last week that there were portions of the plea agreement that you signed that you asked the state to change, but that the state refused to change?
no, what I said, yes, but they changed certain things, but it still was things that I had problem with. From my awareness, once if you call me to the stand, that I would be able to explain the things that they didn't change.
Do you recall when I first asked you questions on direct about the April 2015 drive-by shooting that you,
April 15.
the April 28th, 2015 drive-by shooting? Do you recall when I asked you about that on direct?
Yes,
Do you recall you told me you did that in your best interest?
could you repeat that? You lost me right now.
Do you remember saying that was in my best interest when I asked you if you pled guilty to the shooting on April 28th, 2015?
Yes,
And do you remember saying that I did that because it was in my best interest multiple times? Do you remember saying that?
you said that I took the plea in my best interest.
My question is, do you remember?
I don't recall. Mm.
Hey, Kristen.
Mrs. Sledge,
Okay.
do you remember us talking about your 2015, April 28th, 2015 shooting and that subsequent plea last week? You and me, not anybody else, while you've been on the stand.
You said the 28th drive-by shoot?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All right. And do you remember I asked you whether you pled guilty to that? Do you remember that?
yes,
And do you remember you told the jury, do you remember telling the jury, well, I did it in my best interest?
Asked and answered.
And
Yes.
this is not a trick question, I promise you.
yes.
All right. And do you remember you said that more than once? I did that in my best interest.
Yeah, I remember that part.
Okay. And when you say in your best interest, are you familiar with what is known as an Alford plea?
No, I don't really know what an alpha plea really mean. I just was saying that I pleaded guilty in my best interest.
And when you say that you pleaded guilty in your best interest, what do you understand that to mean as opposed to just flat out pleading guilty?
Could you repeat it?
That is a legal conclusion she's asking for. Come on, sledge lawyer. Go, you, for frick's sake. For frick's sake. Now she's trying to get that in. Yeah, asked and answered several times during direct.
I can't.
That was kind of tricky.
Okay. So if you enter just a regular old guilty plea and someone asks you, did you plead guilty? Would it be unusual for you to just say yes? I pled guilty?
Anything I plead guilty to, I feel like it's in my best interest to plead guilty to.
That plea that you entered in 2017, there was a special designation to it though, right? It was an Alford plea, wasn't it?
I didn't know it was an alpha plea.
I mean, this is
When
legal
you entered
conclusions.
the plea
This
that
is
you entered on December the 28th, 2022, did you recognize the prosecutor asking you questions as the same one talking to you here right now, me?
Yes,
All right. And did you recognize the prosecutor at the table with me as the same one I have my left hand on now, Ms. Hilton?
she wasn't in the courtroom when you did the plea. She went somewhere.
Okay. All right. So if we see the video, but we see Ms. Hilton's lovely face, you'll recognize Ms. Hilton as having been in the courtroom?
I don't remember seeing me here too.
That's fair enough. Do you remember seeing a judge who looked a little different than the one on the stand now?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember seeing your attorney, Mr. Wright, there sitting with you?
yes.
Is that the same attorney that you had in 2015?
I don't think I got arrested in 2015, but if I would, he would have been the one to do the case.
Did you testify on direct examination that Mr. Wright has been your attorney for 15 years?
Yes,
Could you tell the jury when Mr. Wright first started representing you in criminal matters?
I want to say like 08, 09, something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone that you trust?
Yes,
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone whose advice and counsel you take seriously?
I don't remember saying like that. You put it in that word.
she is getting really close to going in for attorney-client privileged information here. Mr. Sledge lawyer, whatever your name is, you need to start paying attention here.
Would you just tell the jury right now then how it is you feel about the lawyer who's represented you for the last 15 years?
He been great.
Overruled.
He
Go
been
ahead.
he been great to me.
Okay.
Are you sure?
And he was in the room with you when you entered the plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes,
All right. Is this the first time you've had to testify at a criminal trial?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Do you understand that you are now in a witness box testifying in a criminal trial under oath?
This is my first time knowing that I was a witness to testify up on the oath.
All right. So this is the first time that you've testified in a criminal trial. Is that fair to say?
I ain't gonna say it's probably not my first time, but me knowing that I was gonna be called as a witness, yeah, this is my first time.
All right. Do you remember being asked on cross-examination by either Mr. Sharp or Mr. Steele? I believe it was Mr. Sharp, your friend Shannon's lawyer, whether you,
Overruled. I think she's just trying to get clear who it is. But we don't need the commentary.
yes, Your Honor. Do you know who represents your friend Shannon?
You
Yes,
just
I've
said
been
the
sitting in the
name.
courtroom like everyone else.
Which person do you recognize as representing defendant Stillwell?
Mr. Short,
All right. So do you remember Mr. Sharp asking you if on December 28th, 2022, you found yourself between a rock and a hard place?
yes.
All right. And what did you answer to him regarding December 28th, 2022?
What did I say?
Yeah, what was your answer to that
I
question?
said yes.
And would you tell the jury what the rock was and what the hard place was?
The rock was the situation I was in, and the hard place my mother was sick,
And when you say the situation you were in,
incarcerated.
Okay.
And
all right. And hopefully, is your mom doing,
no, she deceased.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you
So
knew
did
that.
Your being in,
You C word. You knew that.
Fulton County Jail have any bearing on your decision to enter that plea that you entered on December 28th, 2022?
Being in Fulton County Jail and away from my mother.
All right. Which one had the biggest bearing?
Being away from my mother.
All right. So being in Fulton County Jail wasn't a big factor in your entering that plea?
Objection, mischaracterizes his
I'm asking a
testimony.
question.
I didn't hear them both at the same time, so.
I'll rephrase.
All right, she's gonna rephrase.
Mr. Sledge, was being confined in the Fulton County Jail a large factor in your deciding to enter a guilty plea on December 28th, 2022?
Those are not mutually exclusive. Him being in jail meant he was away from his mother.
Yes, it was, but my mother was bigger.
Okay, all right. Is there any reason why during the plea colloquy that the jury heard on Friday, that was played or Monday, last Friday actually, that was played at the end of the state's direct, is there any reason, or rather let me ask you, did you ever hold up your hand and tell the court you wanted to make some clarifications?
No, I would have directed it to my lawyer, and whatever you did, but what I wanted, you wouldn't do. You didn't do everything I wanted, which I state.
You were asked by Mr. Steele, your friend, Mr. Williams' attorney, whether or not the state ever sat down and met with you. Do you remember being asked whether the state ever sat down before the June meeting and before you entered that plea agreement and met with you? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes,
Did the state ever sit down and meet with you?
no,
Did you ever agree to sit down and meet with the state?
I can't agree if the state don't come to me and ask me.
Do you, or has your attorney, or do you have any understanding that the state can't come to you except through your attorney?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay.
Oh, really? Really? Now you're bringing that up after you went to Woody directly? Or Miss Hilton went directly to Woody without contacting his lawyer? Oh, I hope the jury remembers this. That they are not allowed to contact any witness who has representation.
Did you ever have an understanding that the state wanted to talk to you before you signed the plea agreement on December 28, 2022?
No,
Okay. Did you ever ask your attorney for an opportunity to speak with the state?
no, I ain't never asked him to speak to the state.
Why not?
This is
I don't know.
this Jesus Christ, this is attorney-client privilege information. Mr. Sledge lawyer, what the actual F? You should be jumping out and saying, Your Honor, this is attorney-client privilege information.
I can't tell you that else. I never asked him to speak with you because that's his job. That ain't my job. That's why I hired him.
Was there anything about the state that made you feel you couldn't speak with the state if you wanted to?
No, but if they would have came to me and asked me to speak with them, with that plea agreement was on there, I would have told them the same thing I told him when I took it. Like, that ain't right.
Now, when we speak about the state, is your understanding that that means only the district attorney's office? Or do you consider the state the police as well?
I just thought all y'all work together. I don't know. They put you in jail, you put you in jail if you have to. So I don't know. Y'all both doing y'all job, I guess.
And so when police spoke with you back in 2015, did you consider them the state as well?
I don't know. I think y'all work in two different departments.
You're right.
Because I don't see the state on the street locking people up. The police, I do.
Okay. So when you spoke with the police back in 2015, did you tell the police any of those things that you told your friend, Defendant Williams' attorney, and your friend, Defendant Stillwell's attorney, when they asked you questions on cross? Did you tell the police any of that stuff?
I don't think they asked me nothing like that.
You
I don't
think
recall.
that-
I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. You said the police?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. What Mr. Steele asked me.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Oh yes,
Do you recall the police asking you about that drive-by shooting?
yes.
How much information did you give the police about that drive-by shooting?
I told the police it wasn't true.
Okay. Now, okay, so, and when I asked you on direct examination about that drive-by shooting, what did you tell me about that drive-by shooting?
I don't recall. You can refresh my memory.
Do you recall me asking you what you did before that shooting?
I don't recall it though.
Do you recall me asking you how did that shooting happen? Yes. I can show you. I can
Go ahead.
respond.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Do you recall me asking you what led to that shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling me on the stand, or actually telling the jury, because it's not me. Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you on direct that you just went to pick up Mr. Garlington from the club, or that Mr. Garlington had gotten jumped on?
I think I told you I went back and got him from the club. That's what I told you.
And do you recall telling the jury when I asked you questions that you didn't see anybody who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
I told you I didn't know anyone that jumped on Mr. Garlington. The same thing I told them on cross. I didn't know exactly who it was that jumped on.
Did you tell the jury on direct with questioning by me that you didn't see the faces of anyone who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And did you tell the jury that you didn't see the faces of anyone that you may have interacted with during that time?
Yes, sir.
May I
Yes.
respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Steele cross-examined the witness on this very topic. I believe that it is necessary to orient the witness to the questions I asked before I get into the questions that I want to ask him about what he told Mr. Steele, number one. So it's not a 403 waste of time in any way. And I believe that he made a second objection I'd like to respond to, but I can't remember what it was. It was kind of long. And leading, Your Honor, suggests an answer, and it does not consist of questions that simply require yes or no.
Why does the judge allow this to happen before the jury?
Response.
Overruled. I'll give you a little leeway, but go ahead and get to what you actually want to get to.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you never saw a shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you just dropped off Demekion and Quindarius and you went on your merry way?
I don't think I said I went on my merry way. but
Didn't
I-
use merry, that's my words.
Okay, but I remember
Just
exactly
went
what you
on.
said. I ain't saying I went on and directly left the scene, but I didn't actually witness them shooting the gun. That's what I said.
Is it your testimony today that on direct examination, you did not tell the jury that you dropped off Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington and left and don't know what they did after you left?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall me asking you about another house getting shot up on Drew Drive after the house on Adele getting shot up?
I don't know in what article. I don't know the addresses.
Do you recall me asking you about whether you saw or participated in any other house getting shot up other than the house off MLK on Adele Drive? Do you recall me asking you that?
I don't recall.
So do you not recall as well telling me that you didn't see any house get shot up?
I don't recall me telling you that I seen a house get shot. I don't recall.
Now, what I just heard you say is, I don't recall
Me telling you that.
You don't recall you telling me what, sir?
I just don't recall, Ms. Lowe. I don't recall.
What is it that you don't recall? I'm sorry, I need the jury to know.
I don't recall.
What don't you recall?
I don't recall. I don't recall. You've been pressuring me so much, it's like, I don't even be remembering a lot of stuff you saying.
Is it that you don't recall telling the jury you did not see any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay, today, do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
What I'm saying, I didn't see, I'm not saying that I didn't know no shooting was gonna happen, but what I'm saying is I didn't like personally witness the house that you saying that Quindarius Zachary and Garlington shot up. I didn't witness that.
I appreciate that clarification. That's not my question. I'm asking you today to tell this jury whether you recall today seeing any houses, since it's me talking to you, whether you recall any houses getting shot up. Do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28th, 2015? No.
Overruled. So he just told you about the one house. So are you asking about any others?
Yes,
All
I
right,
am.
so ask it that way.
Yeah, you got to tell me directly what house you talk about, because when he cross-examined me,
That's not what she's asking. She's
Oh, okay.
asking any other houses besides that one.
well, I didn't know I don't know the people that was shooting at the other house.
Okay. All right. Did you see any houses getting shot up? Forget the address. I don't really care what address. Did you see any
And
houses getting shot up on April 28th?
I just don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay, well, that's not for you to decide. So
Okay,
unless
but
there's an
I'm
objection
saying, but-
that's sustained, you go ahead and answer the question.
Yes,
You did see some houses getting shot up?
not houses. Now you putting more than one. It was one house that I probably seen.
Okay. Tell the jury what house you probably seen get shot up April 28th, 2015.
I think it was Lexi. I don't even think it was a house. It was an apartment, if
Tell
I'm
the
not
jury.
mistaken.
Tell the jury what apartment you saw. You
I
probably
don't
got.
know the name of the apartment.
What can you tell the jury about the apartment?
Where I was dropping Miss Zachary off at. That's the one I could tell you about.
So, on Friday, when you talked about dropping off Demikion and Quindarius, weren't you dropping them? Were you dropping them off at the house off MLK on Adele Drive, or was there a different address you were dropping them off at?
I was drunk, Ms. Love. I don't remember which one it was.
Did your memory come back while you were being asked the same question by Mr. Steele?
No,
Do you remember telling Mr. Steele a whole bunch of stuff about?
I don't think Mr. Steele was the one cross-examining me on that.
Who do you believe was cross-examining you?
I think it was Mr. Short, not Mr. Steele.
Okay. Let's go with that for a moment. Do you remember telling Mr. Sharp then details about houses that you saw getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I didn't go here.
Your Honor, I object. I object
Okay, well, can't object to the objection.
to
But,
the speaking portion.
All right, so I think she's asked him, if you need to approach, let's approach.
I don't mind.
Your Honor, the court
Let me
heard.
look at,
What did the court-
let's, come on.
Yeah.
I believe this is tactics from Ms. Love. It was the same kind of tactic that Miss Hilton used against Woody. Rile the witness up as much as humanly possible and see what you get. And we are at sidebar counter 241. Oh, Jesus. This is redirect and it's annoying. This is not professional, in my opinion. Luckily, I can skip ahead. And they're still up there. Oh, so we are up to live again. Redirect should be contained to what was brought up during cross-examination. And I agree with the Breeze here. This is not productive. This is just her shouting in the ears of people and walking around. Now, this is just theater. She is perfectly capable of just standing at the podium and asking questions, but somehow she believes, let me walk around here in this pink suit and scream that this is, I don't know what episode of Matlock she watched this weekend, but yeah. Yeah, the love forgot she was supposed to be sick and have a weak voice. Yeah. Isn't Zachary a witness? I think so. She must be catching on to the fact that she has lost public support. Well, can only hope. Can only hope. What does this have to do with Young Thug and the rest of the defendants? Probably nothing. This is her collecting evidence against Mr. Sledge for revoking the plea deal, I would assume. I don't get why defense isn't objecting to out of scope, of course. Well, she is in the scope. She's just horrible at asking questions. Unless it's a tactic of her to just go on and on and on and on and on instead of actually asking the questions, she making the points. Zachary a witness? I'm not sure, but I think so. If so, doesn't that make it worse for the state? Because it seems that all the witnesses did a lot of these crimes. Yeah, it sure seems like it. And I mean, a lot of these underlying and overt acts in the RICO is stuff that people have pled to, charges have been dropped, or it is still under investigation, where they simply don't know who did it. Not enough to bring it to a separate trial, at least. For instance, you remember the guy who got half his head shot off, but survived? He was on the stand, grateful that he finally could be heard. But the reason he wasn't heard at the time was that the prosecution at the time cut the offender a deal. And that offender was a witness against these other guys. Is it time to protest on the courthouse steps yet? Well, protesting is a fundamental right, I believe, in the United States. So I can't organize anything because I'm not there. But, I mean, just walking around town with a Young Thug merch, I believe, makes a statement. Brittany O'Neill is 20 minutes behind. Are they heading back soon? Sebastian asks, does objecting so much make the state look bad? For me, it does. Can't be sure about the jury. When it comes to this RICO, I mean, they were planning on calling 700 witnesses, and the judges forced them to go down to just over 200, I believe. And for me, it's unnecessary, because in a RICO, when you go back to the big RICO trials in New York in the 70s and 80s, they were all, I mean, they took some time, but the prosecution was very thorough in these are our strongest case that will show this towards the head honcho. Because they were only after the head honcho and his closest henchman. Here, the prosecution put 28 people in jail. And they're walking into court with rumors, gossip, and innuendos, and hoping they have a case. Bridget says she may have to do what the judge in the Russ trial did with Hannah Guiteres. Just approach every time there is an objection because of all the infighting. I agree. That would that would explosively raise my sidebar counter to new levels. And we're back. And they are back.
All right, let's get the witness back in.
It was a grand jury on all 28 of them.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Sledge, please tell the jury what you remember today, everything you remember happening with respect to April 28th, 2015, from the time you picked up Mr. Garlington.
Well, love, I've been here 4 days, just found out how many hours. I can't remember all that stuff, so I don't recall.
No, she's not asking you now what you remember testifying to. She's just asking you what you remember about that night.
I don't recall.
Okay.
When did your memory about it leave you?
I can't answer that question for you, but
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Did you remember it when you were asked questions by Mr. Sharp?
I mean, when you feel pressured, and people who never testified don't know the pressure. Seasoned lawyers make mistakes when they are called. And so being under pressure, sometimes your mind shuts down. So this is a stupid question.
Mr. Sledge, please answer the question.
I don't recall.
You do not recall whether you remembered April 28th when you were asked question by Mr. Sharp?
I don't recall.
All right. When you were entering the plea agreement that you entered on December 28th, 2022, did you ever stop and ask the judge or tell the judge you wanted to clarify anything?
No, because I thought my lawyer had already did that.
And when you heard the state read out factual acknowledgments and ask you if they were true and correct, did you ever indicate part of them are true, but part of them are not?
I didn't think I could speak that in court.
Why did you think you could not speak it in court?
Cause I ain't thinking like I could just burst out and say that while the judge reading, or while you was reading off, cause the judge didn't read it off. I ain't think I can do that. That was
Well-
never explained to me.
Between December 28th, 2022 and last week, did someone tell you you could burst out while the state was reading something? And
No,
interrupt?
no.
So last week when I was asking you questions and you told the judge I gave you a headache and made your blood pressure go up, you felt comfortable enough? Did you feel comfortable enough to do that?
Cause I'm on the stand trying to explain. When you sit back there, you ain't explaining, but when you sitting on this side, you call me here to tell my truth and my understanding. And that's what I'm giving you. I can't give you nothing else. I'm only giving you my truth.
Okay. And so when you were sitting at the table next to your lawyer, did you feel more or less comfortable about giving your truth?
It's
Oh.
a completely different situation sitting there and being at a plea agreement hearing.
Oh,
Do you want to answer the question?
I just answered.
No, I'm asking you, do you want to
I
answer?
want to answer any question that you got for me, but if I don't remember, I don't remember.
And so what is it that you don't recall about being at the table with your lawyer?
I just don't recall, my love. I ain't trying to give you a hard time. But it looked like you trying to give me a hard time.
Mr. Sledge, would you tell the jury, as between when you were in court on December 28th, 2022, and when you have been in court for the last 4 days, if there is anything different about parties in the courtroom that you can point out?
No,
So everyone here in the courtroom was in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022.
when did you say?
Mention relevance.
Your Honor, it goes to changes.
Okay, overruled.
Could you repeat it?
Were each of the people now in the courtroom today were,
Hang on. Yes.
This is Miss Love going for "Do you feel threatened?" again, which she does every damn time. Every damn time. And dun dun dun, sidebar counter 242. Yeah, seems to be a lot of sidebars today. A lot of sidebars. And we are up to speed again. Yeah, she is implying that he is threatened, and that is why he now suddenly don't remember. And no, it's the pressure she applies to him. Yeah, and I saw earlier in the chat that this attorney is a family friend. Let me just say this from my practice. Do not ever represent friends or family. Recommend others, because you should never have a stake in the game in that way. plans and pens. Can Sledge's lawyer object? How does that work, since technically he isn't representing the defendant in the trial? I've seen trials where a witness has his lawyer with him on the stand. I don't know about Georgia rules regarding that. I just know that I've seen it happen. And he is technically representing a prior defendant in this trial. He is, or was, indicted among the 28. And even with the plea deal, there are a portion of it where sentencing hasn't been applied yet. What does her question have to do with this? She is just trying to impeach him on everything and anything, probably because of the plea deal. She is just trying to get him back in jail. Attorney is on the subpoena? I don't know. No.
All right, so for the record, that objection is overruled. Let's get the witness back. Octavian. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury who is in the courtroom with you today that was not in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
Could you repeat it?
Can you rephrase that? Because that's going to be a whole lot of people. Just get to the point that you want to ask.
Yes. You already said I was here. Was there a court reporter here in the courtroom? Not this one, but a court reporter?
I think so.
Were there deputies?
I think so.
Were there DA investigators?
I think, yes,
Obviously, you said your lawyer was here.
yes.
All right. Was your friend Shannon here?
If you're trying to get to the point.
Mr. Sledge, I'm not trying to get to anything, and I really do need you to just answer the question.
Listen.
So if you could
But I'm-
please, Your Honor, if the court would instruct the witness to answer the question,
Listen to the question and answer the question.
And then
that's
you can
asked, And
explain.
then you may explain it.
I would ask
Thank
that
you.
he be allowed to complete his answer.
and Your Honor, since his answer was not responsive,
His answer was not responsive.
I'd ask that you.
Re-ask the question.
Was your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was your friend Defendant Williams here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was your friend Defendant Kendrick here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Williams, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in
Objection.
court with you on December? He
I'm
objected.
saying,
I'll
why you
wait. Hold on,
raising-
Mr.
Hang on.
Relevance to whether I was in attendance at the time he took his plea.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28,
but
2022? You can answer first and I will let you explain, but I need you to answer
No,
yes or no.
but could you stop yelling at me like I'm your child or something? I'm not your child.
You are not.
You talking aggressive to me. You don't intimidate me, all them guys over here. So if you would have came to me and asked me that, I'd have told you the same thing. What if they was in my face or not in my face? I'm not scared of them or you.
I don't want you to be.
Well, that's what you acting like it. That's what you
Okay.
acting like you're trying to
So
paint.
do you want me to bring my voice down? And I
Yeah,
apologize
don't
if it
holler at
sounds
me.
like
I
I'm
ain't your
yelling.
child. Could I take a break? Y'all come.
No, we've had so many breaks this
Yeah,
morning. We
'cause
really need to
I'm-
get through this.
All right. So, Mr. Sledge, was either Quay that is in the courtroom here today in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
No,
Was Lil Rod in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
get to your point. No,
That is my point.
your point is
Okay.
pointless.
Was the lawyer for Mr. Huey Quay in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
No,
Was the lawyer for Cornelius Nichols in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for Little Rod in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
I don't know if that's been asked and answered or not.
It was not.
Okay, well, go ahead if you say it was.
Was the lawyer for
No.
Little Rod?
no.
On cross-examination, defendant Stillwell's attorney, Mr. Sharp, asked you about Shell, Kel, and Trivia. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
All right. When did you lose recollection of what happened 3 days ago?
I don't recall.
Are all of your answers to every question I ask from now on going to be, I don't recall?
Yes,
Why?
because I don't recall.
And what caused you to lose your memory?
You put so much pressure on my brain, I don't forgot everything. I can't remember all this stuff that been asked to me for the last 4 days. It's like, it's confusing. So I'm not, like you said, I completed the 9th grade. I'm not that intelligent to be remembering all this stuff that you keep asking me. My brain just everywhere. I might need to go see somebody after this court time.
Mr. Sledge, did you have any problem at all understanding the questions asked to you about Brian Steele?
I don't recall.
Right. Did you lose your memory at any point with Mr. Steele?
He wasn't pressuring me like you. He was helping me. He was explaining to me, breaking down. But it seemed like
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm gonna respond to that.
Objection. The
Mr.
witness should be allowed to answer the question.
Were you finished with your answer?
no, she cut me off.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
I said, Mr. Steele was explaining to me he wasn't pressuring me, but every time it seems like I'm getting up and with you, I'm giving you my truth, and you still trying to pressure me to say something you want me to say when I'm giving you the truth that I know.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that there's a difference between the way that a
I don't-
prosecutor can ask you questions and the way that a defense attorney can ask you questions?
No,
Do you understand that I cannot lead you when I'm asking you questions?
it's
Sustained.
When you say that there's a difference between the way that Mr. Steele asks you questions and the way that I ask you questions, would you help me understand what that difference is so that I can ask you questions in a way that does not frustrate you?
Oh, well, I mean, he kind of has told you.
she ain't said it. She said you overruled. it.
Ask your next question.
Yeah.
All right. So will you help me break things down a little bit so that I'm not frustrating you, okay?
You already have.
I understand.
I
Can
don't
we-
even
Can we rewind?
know.
All right.
Yeah. There is a time to apply pressure and a time to not. And once you passed that threshold where a witness is completely gone, you can't go back. You can't go back on that. She lost him completely.
When you were asked about Antrevia, was Shell Kell the person you said who had also started a relationship with Antrevia after you?
I don't recall.
What is confrontational about that question?
I just don't recall.
Why don't you recall?
Because you pressured me, I don't recall. You hurt my brain.
All right, so let's take an early lunch and you can calm down in the meantime, hopefully, and then we will come back. Let's see, it's almost 11:15. Let's come back at 12:30.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes, Miss Love is an abusive person. And the reason why I say that is because I've seen other cases where, for instance, the Shane Kendall case, she knew that kid would not survive in Fulton County Jail. She put him there anyway. She's plain evil. Plain and simple.
Anything anybody needs to put on the record before we break for lunch? And I sure do. I didn't think about the fact that the trays may or may not be here yet, but they'll be here in enough time.
Your Honor, may
So-
we be permitted to remain at the table during lunch, or does the court
You-
require that we leave?
What now?
May we remain at the table during lunch, or does the court require that we leave?
No, you can stay here if you want to.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on our lunch recess. We'll see everybody back at 12:30.
All right, let's see if I can find you something, because I need to eat something. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe if I can find it in. Because I do have some of the pre-trial hearings that is really, really interesting. Let's see if I can find something interesting here. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, this goes way back, way back. This is when I covered the pre-trial hearings. This is one of the gang experts that didn't survive the Daubert hearing. So I'm going to play that for you.
Okay.
All right. Well, so grab something to eat. And we'll put a pause, and we will be right back. This guy apart. Are you ready, folks? Here we go.
No.
Okay.
Oh.
What type of information about the interview that was conducted?
Yes.
Okay. And in that interview, do you remember what questions were asked?
No.
Okay. What type of questions would be asked to determine if somebody is or is not in a gang?
Usually they would just ask the person, are you in a gang?
And according to your memory, did Mr. Dorsey answer in the affirmative to that question?
Yes.
He did. And what did, according to your memory, what did he answer?
He stated he was a sex minded murder blood.
Okay. And again, this is a document and record that has been given to the state. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So we should have a copy of that somewhere.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that document, other than, hello, Mr. Inmate, what is your affiliation? What else do they ask them?
Basic information as name, date of birth, address, social security, things of that nature.
Let me make my question a little more specific. Other than, hey, Mr. Inmate, what are you affiliated with? What other questions are asked that would trigger you making a decision as to whether or not somebody's affiliated with a gang?
No other question besides if they are in the gang.
Okay, so just clarify, are you in a gang? Yes or no? And then what's your name, what's your birthday, what's your social?
Yes, sir.
Now you want to know their basic information, birthday, social, and all that, so you can keep track of them, is that right?
No.
Well, why are you asking for their social then? You're trying to get a gift card?
That's just part of the process of the classification.
But processes have a reason. What is the reason for that process?
Your Honor, he already answered that he doesn't have reason for that. It's part of the
I
process.
stand.
All right. Now, do you also do their fingerprints?
No.
All right. Someone else takes their fingerprints. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Does the person taking the fingerprints, do you consider them an expert in fingerprints?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Now, after having this interview with, I guess you said Mr. Smith, investigator Smith had this interview, and then the main reason he decided to classify Mr. Dorsey as sex money murder is because he said, yes, I am. Is that right?
Yes, along with the tattoos or the picture of the tattoos that she took.
Are these interviews recorded?
No.
So it is just what the officer remembers, and we got to take her word for it.
Yes.
Now, let me correct that. Actually, we don't have to take her word for it because she's not here. We have to take your word that she did that. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were asked on multiple occasions, what do you do to classify somebody? And if I remember correctly, you kept answering, we look at literature, we search the cells, and we listen to jail calls. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you look at literature, specific to Mr. Dorsey, what literature did you find in his possession?
I didn't find any literature in his possession.
I'm sorry?
I didn't find any literature from Mr. Dorsey.
Okay. Now, sometimes there's multiple steps because you want to corroborate, right?
Yes.
I mean, somebody can tell you, I am Billy, but they're really not. They are hypothetical. They might say, I am Billy, but they're not. They might be a gangster disciple, but they want to be placed with the Billies because maybe they have a reason to go in there and take care of something. Is that right?
Yes, that could happen.
People lie to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So then once you hear something, you go and you look for more information. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't find any literature regarding Mr. Dorsey?
No.
Now, what are the identifiers of sex money murder?
You might see a tattoo with a SMM. They might have a Portland Trailblazer symbol on them, or a blazer, or they might show two guns or have two guns, or you might see the word two guns.
Okay. And
So, tattoos of guns. That's roughly 30% of the population of Texas, I believe.
Yeah.
Once you have a tattoo, is forever, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. And is gang membership eternal? Are you a gang member forever?
Yes.
Okay. So once you're in one gang, you can't shift gangs.
You can,
You just told me that you're in a gang forever. How are you going to do that?
but it's still considered a gang.
Oh, okay. Okay. Part of your training, am I right, is that they tell you to also consult with other agencies, correct?
Yes.
Because what you're doing is you're gathering intelligence, is that right?
Yes.
And you don't want to have just the intelligence of a small circle of information, right?
Yes.
Okay. What agencies do you consult on a regular basis?
The Cobb County Police Department and Department of Corrections.
All right, but that's still just the same group of people you're dealing with, right?
Yes.
Do you ever go out and consult with the investigators in Troup County?
No, I haven't.
Now, Troup County has a very big gang problem, don't they?
I don't know.
We're not qualifying it today.
I sustain the objection.
So today, you're here to tell us that the only thing you only know stuff at the jail. Right.
Yes.
All right.
DeKalb County.
At the DeKalb County Jail,
Yes.
which is a different county than the county we're in today.
Yes.
These gang profiles that y'all create, do you share them with other agencies?
If they ask for them, yes.
Okay. Have you looked
Hey,
into
Sal.
gang profiles of other agencies for the same individuals?
I have asked for DeKalb County for this individual we're speaking of today.
Okay. You had asked, and what did you get as a result of you asking that?
I got a gang profile from that department,
For what department?
DeKalb County.
When did you get that?
I don't recall the actual date.
Was it like a few weeks ago, a few months ago?
No, it was months ago.
Months ago, okay. But you are DeKalb County though.
Yes.
All right. So I'm confused. You being DeKalb County, you asked for DeKalb County's?
Yes, the DeKalb County Police Department has their own separate gang unit.
Okay. And who is in that gang unit?
Different police officer detectives.
All right. Who's the detective you spoke with about my client, Mr. Dorsey?
I can't recall his name.
Okay. And then when he gave you this profile, he just emailed it to you, or how did you get that profile?
He just emailed it.
Did you have a conversation with him?
No.
Okay. Did you go back with him and say, hey, my information checks, it's the same as yours, or hey, some of your information is conflicting. Did you do that?
No.
Do you ever do that?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever done that with regards to my client, Mr. Dorsey?
No.
Why not?
I didn't see the need to.
You don't see the need to verify information that you collected and other agencies have collected?
If he already said he didn't say the name.
I sustain the objection.
With regards to the two profiles that you have, one was made by the DeKalb County Police Department that you don't remember the name of that officer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The other one was made by Investigator Taylor Smith, who was with the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little about those profiles. Are they both the exact same, or do they differ in some ways, and in what ways?
No, they'll be different. The DeKalb police will probably have more narratives of what they occur on with the individual on the street.
Do you know how DeKalb classifies, what information they use to classify somebody?
The DeKalb police know.
Okay. Have you ever gotten a profile from the Atlanta Police Department?
Not that I recall of.
You didn't ask for one?
No.
Would it be beneficial to know what the Atlanta Police Department is saying about my client for your classification purposes?
It could.
Okay. Do you usually just do things by gut feeling, or is there a manual for you to follow when classifying somebody?
Yes, it is. I sustain the objection.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. When classifying somebody, the things you do to classify them, are they just the things that you do because that's what you feel like doing, or is there an actual number of steps, a methodology given to you by the people who trained you?
Yes, it's certain things that we would do in order to classify somebody.
All right, and that is, so it's not just whatever you want to do. There's steps you have to follow.
Yes.
All right. Please tell us what are those steps that you have to follow in classifying somebody.
Investigate phone calls, conduct cell searches to try to find literature, things of that nature.
No, but listen, that's just the same thing you can say.
It's no specific steps. It's just investigating.
Okay, so there's no specific steps. You just do whatever you want to do.
It's not whatever I want, but it's investigating.
All right. Now, do you know if other agencies?
This sounds like the Karen Facebook group investigating whatever. Somebody told him, do it like this. And he may or may not do it like that. Jesus Christ.
Follow the same steps you follow?
I don't know.
In this conference you go to, do they share best practices?
Yes.
What are those best practices that you've been taught about?
Well, as the agency, it's a lot of police departments, so their practices wouldn't be the same as mine in the sheriff's office.
Do you know what best practices means?
Any practice that benefits you the most.
Did you ever go to this conference? You're going there to learn, is that right?
Yes.
And as you're going there to learn, what did you gain from it? What did you decide? I'm going to start doing that because I like the way they do it.
Definitely phone calls.
Definitely phone calls. So you weren't doing phone calls before?
I was.
Okay. And have you ever learned anything new from this conference you go to?
Yes.
What?
Just how to prosecute different cases or bring about charges for different cases.
Okay.
What?
And you talked about that. You talked about part of your duties are to investigate and later prosecute.
This guy doesn't know the difference between learning something that he can apply as a gang expert and learn about things other people do to gangs. Oh.
How many cases have you prosecuted as a result of your gang investigations?
Maybe 3.
Maybe 3. Do you remember those 3? There's not that many. Which 3 were those?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say their names or.
It's public record, right?
Yeah, I would ask you if you want to. You could just describe the details of those people. Those people are not the.
I'll sustain the objection.
Oh no, I want to hear him.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
I don't think she objected to the question. She just objected to him saying names. But
Yes.
if you give the details of these cases.
I've had gang initiations where people were jumped in the gang. I had people getting stabbed due to telling or snitching in the gang.
That's 2. What's the 3rd one?
It's pretty much the same. Usually jumping and physical altercations for the same. I maybe had another one where it was a physical altercation.
Okay. None of those involved Mr. Dorsey, did they?
No.
Okay. What gangs were involved in those that you prosecuted?
Bloods.
Blood's a very general term, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, which bloods?
G-Shine, sex, money, murder.
Okay. Now you said that you determine leadership in part based on phone calls. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because when people want to do something, they have to get permission from leadership. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You made a very, very big claim that my client, Mr. Dorsey, is sex, money, murder leadership. Is that right?
I did hear that at one point in time, yes.
You heard that at one point in time. When did you hear that?
Months or maybe a year ago.
A year ago?
Mm-hmm.
What did you hear?
We heard that Mr. Dorsey was over the sex, money, murder, bloods over the jail.
Is that what you heard somebody on the phone saying? Mr. Cordarius Dorsey is the chief executive officer of sex, money, murder. Is that what you heard?
Not in those words.
Okay, well then tell me what the words were.
The words were, yeah, his nickname, Juicy Boy Polo. He's running things in here.
Okay. Who was in the phone call?
I don't recall the name.
Do you have that phone call saved?
I don't know. I don't know.
So you don't know who was in the phone call, and you didn't even save the phone call.
I could have said, I just don't remember if I did.
You guys have the capability of saving calls.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I guess you don't have more information about that, so let's move on. Sometimes in calls, you determine somebody is leadership because they need to give the blessing for something to happen. Is that right?
Yes.
They need to approve a murder. Is that right?
Yes.
More specifically, I think you said that they need to approve the murders that happened at the DeKalb County Jail. Is that right?
Well, sometimes assaults, yes.
Okay. Or sometimes assaults. How many murders have taken place at the DeKalb County Jail since you've been there?
Murders that's gang related?
No, first, let's start with murders. How many murders inside the DeKalb County Jail have taken place since you've been there?
One.
One. When was that?
I don't recall the year, but it was years ago.
Years ago.
Yes.
My client was at the DeKalb County Jail. He was an inmate there for some time. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember when he was an inmate there?
Maybe 2019. I don't remember the exact year.
Maybe 2019. Through when?
Your Honor, he just said he didn't recall exactly when Mr. Dorsey was an inmate there.
I don't think that's what he said. The first he answered, my first question was when did he get there? And my second question was when did he leave? And he should be able to.
Well, if he knows, do you know when he arrived and when he left, sir?
No, I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. This murder you speak of, did it happen while my client was there?
No.
Okay, so unrelated to my client, that murder.
Yes.
Was that murder gang related?
No.
Okay, so you testify in direct that you can identify leadership because they give the approval for a murder, but is it right to say that there's been 0 murders since my client had been at the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
Is that because he prevented anybody from killing somebody?
Not of my recollection.
You don't know if he saved a bunch of lives?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you also said there's some assaults. Sometimes they got to get blessings for assaults. Is that right?
Yes.
I am going to assume there's been quite a bit of assaults and jumpings since you've been there.
Yes.
All right. How many of those assaults were approved by Mr. Dorsey?
I have no knowledge of how many that's been approved by him.
So first, that one of the factors is somebody giving permission to commit acts at the jail puts him in a leadership position, right?
Yes.
But you don't have any from Mr. Dorsey.
No.
What other factors do you determine when you're trying to see whether somebody is leadership or not?
It would just be through phone calls and different interviews with inmates stating.
Okay. Have you spoken with anybody that has told you that Mr. Dorsey is leadership?
No.
So today you testify in direct that you have determined his leadership. Is it fair to say that the only factor that goes into that determination, into your potentially your expertise, your expert opinion, is that one phone call that you don't remember?
Yes.
All right.
Good
Who
lawyer.
are the other leaders of sex, money, murder at the DeKalb County Jail?
I have no knowledge of that right now.
You are the gang expert at the DeKalb County Jail, right?
Yes.
Who are first tell me the structure. I know a little bit about police structure. You know, you have captain, chief, lieutenants, sergeants, deputies, and all that military, not as much as the court, but you tell me what is the structure of the sex money gang at the DeKalb County Jail?
I can't tell you an exact structure at the jail.
No, don't tell me the exact one. Tell me whatever you got.
I just go about from what I investigate and hear on phone calls or what I might learn from
The may or may not.
different things that I find through cell searches or something like that.
Cool. Based on that, tell me from what you just said, phone calls, searches, literature, what do you know or do you think you know about the structure of sex, money, murder at the DeKalb County Jail?
I don't know. I will go based off of what a person said on phone call or if they say they're running things, that would be my.
So you don't know?
No.
I don't think there's a point to keep going on. No further questions.
Anyone else?
Oh, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright, go ahead.
How can they even put this guy on? How can the state?
Back up there.
How can the state put this guy on the stand as a gang expert? He doesn't know shit. He claims the other attorney's client is a leadership in Blood's affiliation from a call he doesn't remember. They may or may not be recorded. He's the gang expert at that county jail, and he has no idea about the structure of the gang. I mean, this is amazing. I can't wait for the trial to start. Yeah, there are ghosts in the courtroom. There are no people in chains at all. Oh, hallelujah.
Hello, sir. Quick question. In DeKalb County, you said you're not familiar with YSL, correct? Yes. As in correct, you're not? I'm not familiar. Okay. And you're not familiar, well, I think you said Billy's, correct? You know them. I know them. And Sex Money Murder, correct? Yes. And these are all separate gangs, correct? Separate gangs under the Blood gang. Okay. But as far as you know, does YSL, is it just some sort of conglomerate, some big group that everyone gets to belong to?
Your Honor, I'd object. We're not trying to qualify him at all in YSL.
I sustain the objection.
Going to speak on YSL.
And your familiarity, or I think it's about 2 to 3 years back that you started your training? Yes. Okay, so you wouldn't know anything going on back in 2015 related to gang activity, correct? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes, they resurrected Andy Warhol. Oh, I don't know how much longer this guy will be on the stand, but if he is approved as a gang expert, I can't wait for trial to start.
Anyone else?
Just 1 or 2 questions, Judge. Well, just a few
One or
questions.
two?
Just a few questions.
Okay, oh. You learned, you got the Menendez method, huh? Is that
Exactly.
right? Okay, all right.
All right. Investigator Hall, I heard you use the word prosecute, that you have assisted or you've prosecuted you said 3 cases, gang cases at the DeKalb County Jail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does prosecute mean that you testified in court in regards to those cases?
I've done hearings, but I haven't been to actual trial for the cases yet.
Okay, you've never been called as a witness at a trial of a case involving any sort of gang activity at the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
You have never been qualified as an expert, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in regards to your duties at the jail, you classify individuals at the jail. That's what you testified to, right?
Yes.
And that is based upon a variety of different information that you get. You can get it from a hearsay statement of another officer, correct?
Yes.
Welcome as a member, Wim. Welcome. There's members only content on my channel. Yeah, thank you so much. And if anybody else wants to become a member, feel free. It's $3 a month. There's members only content. I ask you for advice. I ask for feedback, and sometimes you give me hints on stuff you want me to bring forward. So you're a member is very much a part of this channel. So thank you, Wim, and welcome.
You can get it from a document, or your duties can get that information from a document prepared by somebody else, correct?
Yes.
That you have no personal knowledge of yourself, right?
Yes.
You can get that from a phone call that you might listen to, correct?
Yes.
Just a phone call like anybody else could listen to, correct?
But they would have to have the rights to listen to them in the jail. But yeah.
Sure, but I mean,
If
hypothetically a phone call is made at the jail and it's provided to, let's say, me,
the guy
in
asked the
discovery, I
question.
can listen to that same phone call and get the same information that you get from that phone call, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I have no idea, Porcelain Thunder.
Do you have any idea, sir, how often inmates are wrongly classified as belonging to a gang or not at the jail?
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Nice. Nice.
Sir, how are you?
Good.
Max Shard on behalf of Shannon Stillwell. You've never met my client, Mr. Stillwell, to your recollection, have you?
No.
You've never met my client, Mr. Stillwell, to your recollection, have you?
I never met him.
Okay. I just want to talk to you. I'm not going to ask you anything about Cordarius Dorsey. I just want to talk about your
Yes, this is Attorney Short. I don't know how he spells his name, but we can all imagine.
methodologies. When Attorney Jimenez asked the steps you followed, you spoke about listening to phone calls and looking for gang literature, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To me, that's talking about your sources of information. I don't want to talk about your sources. I want to talk about once you have the information, how do you make the call about if someone's in a gang and what gang they're in, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you've attended conferences?
Yes.
Okay. To your understanding, as a gang, you would consider yourself a gang investigator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To your understanding as a gang investigator, is there a universal classification system used across the United States?
I wouldn't say universal. I don't know the other agencies' practices involving their classification.
Well, do they teach a certain classification system at the conferences that you attend?
No.
Okay. Are there a specific list of factors that you have been taught to consider before you determine if someone is in a gang or what gang?
It would be based on investigating.
I understand that you investigate, but after you're done with investigations and have compiled all your information, do you have a set of factors that you consider to determine if someone is in a gang or not, and if so, what gang?
It would be based off what they give us or what we find. I'm understanding the question, right?
Well, you indicated that if someone says, I'm in so-and-so gang, when you talk to them, you might consider that in making a determination if they're in a gang.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider it, but I wouldn't just base it off that one statement alone.
Okay, so you would find it to be incorrect methodology to identify someone as a member of a specific gang based solely on self-admission.
Solely off self-admission, I would say it needs to be more investigating to find out if it's true.
Okay, so as an expert in gang investigations, basing it solely off of self-admission would be incorrect.
No, but I would say that you need to investigate more, find out more things to prove that that person is part of that gang.
Right, so it'd be incorrect to base it solely on self-admission. Okay. What other factors as a gang investigator do you consider?
Tattoos, the gang literature, as far as the jail, what we find, maybe statements by the person.
The person being the person you're investigating?
Yes.
Okay. And in your testimony is there's not a nationally, universally recognized scoring system or anything like that?
No, not universally recognized.
How about in Georgia? Is there a Georgia universally recognized scoring system?
No, not that I know of.
How about DeKalb County?
Yes. We do have a scoring system.
Do you use that scoring system?
Yes.
Okay, well, how does that scoring system work?
it's based on a certain amount of points. Maybe over 10 points, you would be considered a gang member, or 6 to 8 points, you would be an associate, and it's depending on what questions that they answer.
Okay, well, what are the factors?
If they have that they state state affiliation, or they state they got jumped or blessed in, or if they are the defendants with somebody else, is multiple that I can't all recall right now on the paper.
Okay. And these points, if something doesn't apply, do you get negative points?
No.
So you just add points?
Just add points.
Okay, and I'm not trying to trick you with something that you don't have in front of you. Do you have the ability right now to explain the point system to me? Like what's worth what points or anything?
I can't right now, no.
Okay, well, where is that located?
I will have that at my office.
Is it published anywhere by DeKalb County that the public can find it?
Possibly. I'm sure it would be published if requested.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Good morning, Angela D. Williams from Mr. Ryan. You're aware that people join gangs for safety?
Yes.
Do you classify someone who joins a jail for safety?
Yes, we will stick.
Do you know?
Basis.
I'd ask to clarify, she said, do you, she asked about people who join a jail for safety. I don't know if that was-
Yeah, why don't you, I'll stand for Mr. Williams. Why don't you rephrase that?
Okay, do people join gangs in jail for safety?
Sometimes, yes.
Do you classify somebody who's in jail who joins a gang for safety?
Yes, we will still classify.
And do inmates get tattoos in jail after they've been through intake?
Yes.
Okay, nothing else. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Yes, Your Honor, short briefly.
She was front heavy.
I guess I should say less than 100.
Good question.
Oh.
So I just have to figure something out. Are you a gang expert? Are you a DeKalb County jail gang expert? Or are you a DeKalb County jail gang classification expert? What are you?
Your Honor, we've moved to classify him as an expert in classifications of the DeKalb County jail.
Great. Okay. Which one are you?
I'm a DeKalb County expert in classifying at the jail.
Okay, so it's just classifying gang members.
Yes.
At the DeKalb.
At the DeKalb County jail. Okay. Now, in this role, do you have any experience or training going back to, I guess, the makeup of the gang, the history of all gangs, the hierarchy of all gangs, and I mean all gangs in the DeKalb County jail?
It would be based on what I find and what I investigate in the jail.
So, well, your training isn't based off of what you find and investigate. My question was, from your training, do you get that information to go into what you're finding?
At some trainings, yes.
Okay, so tell me about that. What type of trainings do you get with the background, the history, the hierarchy of gangs that you've been trained to help you do your job?
I haven't been trained. Well, the trainers I've been to, it doesn't go into the hierarchies, but it goes to basically identifying and recognizing.
You would agree that not all gangs are controlled or even ran the same, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that the Bloods specifically are completely different from the Latin Kings or the Crips or even the Aryan Brotherhood, correct?
Yes.
All right, so tell me your training and experience about, or what training experience do you have to separate certain gangs at certain times so you know who they are or you know where they are in the system?
As far as the jail, I would know by the literature that I find or the phone calls that I would hear.
And I get that you find stuff in your investigations. I'm still just talking about your training outside of your investigation. What are you trained to do that equips you to do that job? That's
David had a theory when he was on yesterday. Earlier they were talking about an officer named Taylor. and he or she don't know the gender. Maybe he or she chooses her own, I don't know. She left, she quit her job and moved away and does not want anything to do with this. That's David's theory. So now they are left with this guy, who clearly isn't an expert in, he knows how to tell if a person is a gang member or not, maybe. But is he an expert when he doesn't even understand the basic question of what is your training, what is your experience?
That's what I'm asking.
We are trying to identify certain tattoos that we will see. We will see maybe how they are talking, the lingo, maybe what flags they might be wearing.
Okay, so no specific training as to this is why I know it's a member of a blood, or this is why I know.
Yes, it would be things like a blood would have a 5-pointed star, or you might see a Latin King with yellow, or things of that nature.
Okay, and you put that into, I guess, this system when you're classifying a person, correct?
Would I put things that I found in my training, would I put it into that system
things that you learned in your training that gets you through your investigation?
Yes, I will
you
put
put that information in the system.
I will put that together, yes.
Okay, so in your experience, you already testified that people go into gangs for different reasons. So in your experience, is there any time when someone gets out of a gang?
I haven't experienced it.
You haven't experienced it?
No.
Okay, so through your training, you've never had a class where someone has said some gang members get out of a gang at some point in life. You've never had that training?
I've heard of stories where there's been people who say they've got out of the gangs, but I haven't myself just experienced somebody getting out of a gang.
And that wasn't my question. My question is through your
Go back half an hour. He says clearly on the question, can someone leave a gang? He said no. A specific no to that question. Now, all of a sudden, he had heard stories about people leaving a gang. Oh, really? So why the did you say no to that question?
training and experience and just common knowledge, because the state's calling you an expert, you know that there are certain times when people get out of gangs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you've classified somebody as a gang, because that's your expertise, how do you declassify them if they get out? Have you been taught to do that?
Crap show.
No.
Okay. So basically, you just put stuff into the system. You don't know what happens afterwards.
Yes, you can mark them inactive or active, or if you have the knowledge, you can make a person an inactive gang member.
But I kind of just asked you that, and you said no. So let me back up. You put people in the system as a certain gang member.
Yes.
How do you take them out of the system as a?
If you're under arrest, you get appointed a lawyer. You can ask for a specific lawyer. Now, of course, police will always try to interrogate without one, but generally speaking, they have to ask, do you want an attorney present? Generally, not always. And the Swedish system is the court, or the justice system, the court, pays for your defense. Now, if you get found guilty in a court of law in Sweden, you may have to pay for attorney's fees. But if you are acquitted, you don't have to pay for attorney's fees. So that is how it works in Sweden. To moving into a trial, you don't have to pay anything. In a criminal case, that is, for your attorney. You're being appointed one, or you can ask for one and that person can accept it. And that is to have a level playing field between prosecution and defense. If the prosecution charges you with murder, your attorney can ask for a specific expert in a specific field, and the court will pay for it. That is to keep a level playing field. It's Nash equilibrium, the right of equal information, which translates into if you're charged with something, you should not be in a disadvantage towards the prosecution. So that's why the court are paying the lawyers.
A certain gang member.
Well, we will mark them inactive.
Okay, not take them out, just mark them inactive.
Yes.
Are you familiar that Georgia just got that new statewide gang database?
Yes.
Does the information that you put in that data or in your system go into that database?
No.
It stays only with you.
Yes.
All right, no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, Ms. Bernard, go ahead.
Gina Bernard for Jaden Myrick. Good morning, investigator. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
So you are aware that when somebody gets arrested in DeKalb County, they go to first appearance, correct?
Yes.
And when they're at first appearance, every single person that comes in and is arrested is represented by, gets a public defender and is represented by a public defender, correct?
Yes.
And your interviews of these individuals comes after first appearance or before?
Usually after.
Okay, so you are interviewing people without their attorneys being present, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're not Mirandizing them either?
Who? Wow.
I stand the objection.
Thank you, that's all that I have. Thank you.
All right, anybody else?
That was,
Okay.
well, that was not a part of his hearing as an expert. That should have been in the actual trial. Therefore, the objection was sustained. But he's interviewing people without attorney. That is really wrong. That's really wrong. Huh.
Good morning, Attorney Eric Johnson for Mr. Eppinger. Just had a few questions to ask you. You stated on your examination earlier that majority of your information regarding this classifications come.
Use the microphone.
Sorry, Your Honor.
All right.
Kind of tall. But you stated on your examination that majority of your, I guess, expertise comes from jail, listening to jail calls, correct?
Yes.
And also from reading stuff that you might see in someone's cell, correct?
Yes.
So with these jail calls, you have no way of determining the veracity of anyone that's on the phone call, do you?
Regarding who's talking?
I mean, as far as the truthfulness of what they're saying.
No.
So basically, you're taking what they're saying and speculating as to what it means, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you go into the jail cells and you retrieve the literature, you're speculating as to what that literature means, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have any signed statements from anyone saying this is what it means, any sign?
No.
Nothing like that?
No.
So basically, majority of the information or the conclusions that you have reached is mere speculation.
Objection, argumentative.
I stand the objection.
So I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. So is it safe to say that majority of your conclusions are merely your opinions and not based on any particular fact?
Well, it'll be based on what I think, the knowledge I gained from what I heard.
Right. But in your opinion of that information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's possible that opinion could be wrong.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Anybody else, any other defense counsels wish to ask any questions of Mr. Hall? Okay. Argument.
Your Honor, permission to redirect briefly?
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Request that the redirect is, tailored to whatever is spoken.
No worries, Gigi. Family first, your business first. You being a moderator here is purely voluntarily. I don't expect anything, and I'm grateful that you are here. But You know this. I've told you this on numerous occasions, that family first. If you have other business, that's your priority. Okay? But thank you for showing up.
That's federal court. Yeah, okay. Georgia has no scope, or Georgia has no scope rule, remember? Okay.
One witness, one attorney.
Yeah, one witness, one attorney though, Ms. Love. You're gonna need to let your colleague handle that,
Oh, yeah. If you're completely new here, this Daubert hearing and later when the trial one starts has prosecutor Love, attorney Short, we have an investigator Fanny. If you're British, that's funny. And yesterday, part 4 or part 5 of this series, we had on the stand ADA Sprinkles. The names here in this is amazing. Oh.
That the court provide leave and provide the state, with the court's permission, the state can have more than one attorney, and I would ask for the court's permission to redirect the investigator on the stand. Please, Your Honor.
I have some discretion in order to do that. I'll allow her to do that.
And Your Honor, I will keep my questions tailored to what was asked on cross-examination.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Judge.
Just reserve an opportunity to recross if necessary.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Good afternoon, investigator. Good morning, is it still, Investigator Hall? How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. You were asked on cross-examination what training that you get in order to do your job. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
What is GGIA?
The Georgia Gang Investigators Association.
And do you obtain information during training with GGIA that helps you to do your job?
Yes.
Is this information that is generally known to the public?
Experts.
Not all the time.
Okay. And do you obtain information from other gang investigators during the sessions that you have with GGIA?
Yeah.
Yes.
Respectfully, I know Honorable Deputy Lovel's not here, but asked by us already.
Well, she got here when you all started your your cross, so and she may have been here a little bit before that. But
what does that have to do with anything? The other prosecutor can fill her in. She just because she was there late does not mean she can ask a bunch of new questions. That's bullshit. Huh.
Not by me, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. And do you obtain information from those sessions with GGIA that aids you in doing your job?
Yes.
And are the sessions with GGIA open to the general public?
Yes.
Are you telling me that anyone can walk in off the street and go into a GGIA conference?
Hold on.
Your Honor, I'm clarifying.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Yes, you would have to. You would have to pay, but yes, you would. Anybody could.
And when you say anyone could, can anyone come in and talk or present at those GGIA sessions, or are they limited to people within the Georgia?
How would he know? That's up to the organization. That's foundational. But so far, no. Oh.
Gang Investigators Association.
Basis.
I do not believe that this is the scope of the cross-examination.
Remember, Georgia has no scope rule. It's a thorough and sifting cross-examination. Plus, I believe that Ms. Love is just trying to flesh.
Who just said it's redirected?
Ms. Bernard.
Yes, Your
All right. Yeah, I understand that, but it's all right, since she's back on direct, okay, it's still there's still relevant questions related to his knowledge and experience. So I'll allow it.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Ms. Bernard, anything else, madam?
He's feeding
Sure.
him the answer.
Okay, all right.
The information that you obtain or the information that is given out, the information through the speakers, are those speakers anyone off the streets or are they Georgia Gang Investigator Association members and invitees?
They're members and invitees.
Okay. You were asked whether the information that you use to classify or the opinions that you draw from the information that you hear defendants speak themselves, whether or not you speculate about their meaning. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
That objection was
What
sustained.
is false flagging?
Claiming something that you're not.
In your experience as a gang investigator, is false flagging something that is okay to do?
No,
Why?
because you're representing a gang that you're not a part of. It's disrespect to the gang members.
And based on the information that you've received during training and your experience as a gang investigator, are there repercussions to false flagging?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Madam, you want to answer that? And then I'll take Mr. Jimenez after that. So,
Yes, Your Honor. The witness was asked on cross-examination whether or not he speculates about things. He was asked whether
That was sustained, that question. You don't get to redirect on a question that was sustained. Jesus Christ.
not, or the significance that he gives to information that he hears, defendants speak out of their own mouths. I am asking this witness to clarify, based on the questions asked during cross-examination, whether or not or why he gives, what value he gives to the information that he receives. And I'm laying the foundation for that answer.
I'm gonna overrule your objection. Yeah, hold on, Mr. Jimenez, you have
Yes, Your Honor.
you have an objection on that question?
On that question, Your Honor, my ending line of question, my objection is relevance. And the basis is because we are at a Dauber hearing. We're not here for him to tell us whatever he's trying to get at. We're here only to look at the Dauber factors. I'm sorry, I kind of sound like a mistake, but we can see whether the testimony is based on sufficient facts and data, reliable principles and methods.
Mr. Jimenez, here's the thing with Dauber. When you're dealing with non-scientific witnesses like he is, the Dauber factors may not apply, but it more so you look at knowledge and experience of the expert rather than a particular methodology. So I have to evaluate some other things. I mean, I'm not supposed to ignore all the factors if there are some other factors that apply.
If there's no science behind it, he's not a freaking expert. He's a witness. Because an expert gets to elaborate. An expert gets to have opinion, gets to opine on things that may or may not be factually correct.
But this pertains more so to knowledge and experience, and she's clarifying some of the things that he brought up during the fleshing out more of the direct, and they're relevant for the court's analysis as a gatekeeping function.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
To make it very clear that when we were trying to get into very similar questions, we were objected over relevance because of Dauber. And that's fine, I understand that. I just want to say that whatever's good for the business, we're down. If she can ask, we should also be allowed to ask. If we can ask, neither should the state. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, well, remember, gatekeeping is different than cross-examination and weight and the jury's issue on credibility. Ms. Bernard?
My objection is in addition to what my colleague indicated and my other colleagues indicated. This is beyond of the and that is my additional.
Okay, so noted. Mr. Harvey, did you have you just stretching? Didn't want to ignore you, okay?
Is what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. It's the goose gander rule, which has been adopted by the Georgia Court of Appeals. You want sauce?
All right, okay. Madam, I've overruled all their objections. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator, would you please tell the court what it is that is, or what are some of the repercussions, rather, of false flagging that you know of based on your training and your experience?
Physical assaults or any type of assault.
And have you had occasion through your investigations and through your training to see evidence of and instances of retaliation based on false flagging?
Through my investigation, I haven't had to deal with that.
Have you seen it during your conferences with GGIA, during presentations? Have you seen instances of retaliation due to false flagging?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Basis, Mr. Menez. I staying as the form. All right.
And Your Honor, thank you, Judge. I will ask the court to, once the state does ask a question, the fact that a question contains a yes or no answer, the case law, and I can present it to the court and to Mr. Menendez, is clear that yes or no answers are not leading questions, questions that have yes or no answers. Rather, if I were to ask, isn't it true that X, Y, or Z is a sign of retaliation for false flagging? That may be a leading question, but asking whether or not, if, is this a sign of false flagging? Yes or no does not make it a leading question. If I suggest the answer by saying, isn't it true that this is a sign of false flagging? That's a leading question. But asking, is it sunny outside? Because it's a yes or no question does not make it a leading question. If I said it's sunny outside, isn't it? That would be leading, and I'd ask that.
I would rather you just use the who, what, when, where, why, how.
I can do that, Judge. Yes, sir.
That's a lot easier.
Thank you,
Okay?
Judge.
All right.
Yes.
That was the judge telling her to calm down, ask correct questions. So let's see if she can do it.
And during your conferences and during your sessions and training with the GGIA, what type of things or information are you able to obtain that isn't necessarily available to the ordinary public? I'm asking a broader question now.
Information on different cases that's been completed and prosecuted, different tattoos from prison gangs or different maybe videos that they have of altercations or things of that nature.
How is it that the training that you receive as a member of GGIA, how is it that you obtain information, if you do, that isn't available to the general public en masse?
A lot of the information is available to the general public as far as the basic knowledge of the gangs.
What about specific instances of gangs and crimes that are being or still under investigation?
Yes.
That information available to the general public?
No.
Now, you said you work in classification at the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
Why is classification at all concerned with whether or not detainees are in a particular gang?
Objection, Judge.
Basis.
It was asked and answered on direct, first direct.
Yeah, I'll sustain that objection now.
Let me ask it differently.
Why?
Is it,
Order in the court.
Wait till the questions propounded, all of you. All right, madam.
would you tell the court ramifications of improperly classifying detainees as far as their gang membership is concerned?
Objection, Judge. It was asked and answered when she asked the question about false flagging.
I would tend to agree with that.
Your Honor, as far as the classification, false flagging is one thing. Having someone say to an officer, I'm a Blood, I'm a Crip, I'm YSL, and any kind of ramifications that may come from that from another gang member is one thing. Asking the investigator what happens if they unintentionally put a YFN member in with a YSL member is a different question altogether.
I'll reverse my decision on that one. Go ahead and ask it.
So what are some of the ramifications of improperly classifying detainees?
The inmate could be placed in a pod with a different gang or a gang that could assault him for being misclassified.
I haven't watched Forward. I don't know if they will accept.
You were
the
asked,
person
I believe,
or not.
by one of the last counsels for defense that crossed you, several questions regarding whether or not you are speculating when you draw certain conclusions. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you make a determination in terms of classification, do you rely solely on information from one source that is not supported by anything else?
Objection, Your Honor, that's a leading question.
I sustain the objections.
I'll ask a different question. Would it be proper to make a classification decision based solely on one thing without any other information?
Objection, Your Honor, that's also leading. And that's an answer.
I'll sustain it.
Do you use multiple or only one thing to make your determination in terms of classification?
I'll allow that one.
Multiple.
I'm sorry, what?
Multiple.
Multiple?
Yes.
And
That's in direct contrary to what you answered in cross-examination. Jesus Christ, court, you can't get this guy in as an expert witness.
Take any safeguards to vet the sources of your information?
Yes.
Okay. And are the safeguards that you take means that are always available to John Q. public? Or do you have resources and databases that are law enforcement only?
Yes, we have resources that are law enforcement only.
And are those resources some of the things that you use in classification or not any of the things that you use in classification?
Those are some of the things that I use.
To work in classification, did you have to have any specialized training in gang identification, culture, and protocol, or did you not have to have any just to work in classification at the DeKalb County Jail?
It was not mandated, but it was highly recommended to have the training.
And when you say that it was not mandated, What was mandated in order for you to be an employee in classifications at the DeKalb County Jail?
But we had to have some type of experience on the floors, but we had to take classes sooner or later. We had to take classes.
What type of experience on the floor did you have to have when you signed up and applied to work in classifications? What kind of experience did you have to have, and what kind of experience did you represent that you had?
I stand as the form. Just break that up, Ms. Love.
We're gonna break that up, okay? What kind of experience did you have to have in order to get your job in classifications? Not the kind that was recommended, but the kind that you just had to have, baseline.
I had to have experience working the floors, actually working in the pods with the inmates and doing everyday activity with the inmates.
Why?
Because I couldn't have the position without having some type of knowledge of what goes on in the jail.
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
Hold on. Yeah, I'll sustain the objection now.
Your Honor, that question specifically was not asked. Why it is that he had to have that baseline experience, that was not asked. So this broad objection based on what was asked during direct.
I'll reverse myself on that one. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Why is it that it was important that you have personal knowledge working with inmates in the pods in order for you to get the job that you have?
So I had to have familiarity, some understanding of what goes on in the jail and the inmates and the everyday activities of the inmates.
Why?
Because it would help me understand what I need to look for as far as investigating and conducting my classifications.
Does everybody in the general public have that same experience?
No.
Now, you spoke about what was highly recommended. Why is it that gang training is highly recommended for the job in classifications?
Because you have to know information about the gangs and identifications before you try to classify anybody.
Don't get me wrong, she's good at trying to get this with this specific investigator back into the realm of expert. But Jesus Christ, he can only answer correct if he's led to it. That's not what an expert is supposed to do. An expert is supposed to have a set area. Within these walls, I'm the expert. Now the prosecution, Miss Love, is telling him what his expertise actually is.
And did you indicate on your application for the job you now hold your specialized gang training?
Yes.
And apart from what has been covered in direct and cross, what did you put on your application? First of all, were you truthful in your application?
Yes.
And what training did you put on your application that you possess that caused you to get this job?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation is not why.
Your Honor, he got the job, and I'm asking simply what training he listed on his application for the job.
That's states 17's already been admitted, so.
Your Honor, his resume has been admitted. I'm asking what he listed on his application for the job.
That's fine, Your Honor, but she said that caused him to get the job.
Yeah, that's speculation.
I'll change the format if the court will permit me to do so.
I'm still
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
going to sustain the objections to form.
Yes, Your Honor. On your job application, did you list all of the training that you indicated on your resume?
Yes.
Did you list any additional training that you did not indicate on your resume?
No.
Okay.
Now, she is trying to rescue this specific gang expert. And I believe because this is the only one that they have available. And honestly, I'm starting to change my mind. I almost hope they will accept him as an expert witness on this extremely limited area, because the defense will have a field day with him. With that said, it's better to have him out and in as just a witness, not as an expert witness, because an expert witness can speculate. So that is the key here. I would love to see him squander under cross-examination in the actual trial. But when you can't unring a bell, you can't shove the shit back into the horse, you can't unfuck a clusterfuck. So no, I hope he will get excluded as an expert witness.
You were asked on cross-examination about proper protocol in making classifications. Do you recall that, whether or not you have certain identifiers that you use in order to classify a person as a member or an associate of a gang? Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Is that process one that is as simplified as 1 + 1 = 2? Or is there a degree of subjectivity that goes into making your classifications?
It's a degree of subjectivity.
Is that subjectivity in any way?
Oh yeah, I took tomorrow off because I've been spending between 12 and 16 hours, Monday through Thursday, doing paperwork, more or less. The government has issued a sort of new standard in safety protocols, safety SOPs. So in the and that is one of the things I'm really good at. Is I spent 3 years as a documents analyst in the European Union. So I've been spending maybe between already Monday through Thursday about 80 hours checking documents. Are these up to standards? So I took Friday off. And that will be glorious because I can sleep in a bit tomorrow morning. I can do the stuff I need to do around the farm. I will take a girlfriend out to lunch, go out shopping maybe, make her happy. Then I'll be preparing for Friday afternoon and Friday evening streams. So yeah, tomorrow will be a good day. Just saying.
Based on your own experience working with inmates and working with gangs and
yes,
other training.
Gang intelligence and suppression unit. Gang intelligence, yeah. Sure.
And how many persons are currently qualified to work in classifications in the position that you hold at the DeKalb County Jail? How many of you are there, if you will?
There's 2 of us.
And how many inmates would you say you have a responsibility for the classifications for?
As far as inmates in the jail, period?
Yes.
It's over 1,000 inmates in the jail.
Are the two of you solely responsible for making those classifications?
Yes.
Him and one more for 1,000 inmates. And remember, these 1,000 inmates are circulating. There's always someone on the way out, always someone on the way in, and there's 2 of them. And this one is the one they want to call as an expert. How stupid is the other one? Just asking.
And do both of you work at the same time on a particular inmate that is being classified? Or do you have different inmates that you're responsible for classifying?
It would be different inmates.
You haven't missed much. This guy is a clown, and the prosecution is trying to resurrect him, trying to get him as an expert in gang classifications at that specific county jail.
Were you asked?
Oh, let's get back a few seconds there. He testified that he conducts his interview after intake without lawyer present. Without lawyer present. So he is asking the inmates when they come in, so hey, are you in a gang? And of course, maybe some inmates will tell him to fork off, or some will just answer him for some odd reason because they don't think that this is a part of their incarceration. So, yeah, that is problematic because they are admitting to being in a gang, which means their crimes can be deemed as gang related. And that is without a lawyer. Okay, a few of the MLS law chat has arrived. Welcome. This is a Daubert hearing. This is about approving people as expert in the coming trial. And this is a crap show. This is a complete crap show. This is day 4. In the past 5 episodes, we got through day 1 to 3. This is the guy on day 4. So far, out of all of the experts the state wants to bring in, 2, in my opinion, are somewhat competent. That was ADA Sprinkles and the last guy, one of the guys from part 5 in my series, the medical examiner. They asked him, did you Mirandize them before you started asking them about gang affiliations? And he answered no. So he is interrogating them about their gang affiliation without lawyer, without reading them their rights. This is the guy the state wants to have as an expert in the coming trial. And no, this is not live. This is from January. This trial should have started mid-January. It still hasn't started. So what I'm doing here is streaming the Daubert hearing. I will continue streaming some of the motions and stuff like that, in just to have update myself and you as to what to expect in the trial. then when the trial one starts, it could be next week, it could be next month, it could be next year. And oh yes, I am live.
And as it turns out, when I did this video way back when in June of 2023, we were still 5 months away from trial start. Oh, yeah, I had to grab a bite to eat because I hadn't eaten since lunch. Hey folks. Yeah. So let's see here. Yeah. No, still nothing. I mean, she said 6:30. It is 6:36. So yeah, something's going on. This judge is never late. All right, what's been going on? First of all, thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Is this another trooper Paul type? No, that guy was a corrections officer. He was the second best gang expert in that jail, and the other woman quit. So yeah, let's see. I saw this earlier. In Sweden, most people have insurance that actually have paid for certain types of court cases. Yeah, it's in our home insurance. And we also have, when it comes to labor disputes, it is if you're unionized. Well, of course. Ta-da! In my specific union, you might end up represented by me if you screw up or if your employer screws up. But yes, we do have usually in our home insurance, we have legal help included. And this was interesting. Casper, YouTube says it's okay to provides directions on how to somehow create a PayPal button through StreamYard. Okay, if anybody knows more about that, I am interested. Dun, dun, dun. I saw something. Oh, hi, Dave. Hi, Dave. LaShawn, Nick really has been here from the beginning. Well, not from the May 22 arrest. I started covering this in May of last year. And at first, it was more or less by accident. I was in between trials and was looking for something to, okay, what other interesting things are out there? And this fell in my lap. And I started with the Daubert hearings and pre-trial motions, and thought this is really interesting to learn more about the RICO. And then the trial started. And within days, I realized, wow, the prosecution has nothing. Really nothing. I mean, the first few witnesses and the first few cases or overt acts, and all I was thinking, what's going on here? And then it just got worse. Little Pill, she's been getting a few minutes late coming back from breaks the last week. Yeah. I think Miss Love is making her want to stay on break long. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Let's see. It's been a lot of back. Good on you. Good on you. That you kept yourself entertained while I was back. Checking through the see what. Oh, movement.
I said 12:30, and we're a little after that because of the work on the sound thing, but that's gonna take way too long, so we're gonna have to
Oh,
have them
sound.
do that after court today.
Hey, thank you, Mrs. R, for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Welcome.
All right. Okay, let's get the jury in. Who briefly? Yes.
I would assume they can ask for a directed verdict, which they are almost obliged to, and motion to dismiss. Yeah. Now those are more or less for appellate issues only. And she grabs the microphone. Time to start yelling again. That's not a pretty sight, Miss Love. Yeah, the 3-hour witness is on day 4. Yeah. Hopefully somebody reminded Miss Love that her voice was weak this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, did you have a good lunch?
Yes,
All right, good deal. All right. And is your head feeling a little bit better?
a lot better.
All right, good deal. Mr. Sledge, I want to just, and Judge, if I broach an area that the court has told me to move from, I'll quickly move from it. Mr. Sledge, are you able to tell me what you remember about April 28, 2015? What happened on that date? Everything you can remember today.
Do you want him to tell you about the entire day? You don't, do you?
I don't. And so the judge is helping me out a little bit. So starting from the point where you learned about Mr. Garlington getting jumped at the club, will you tell the jury, not the judge, the jury, everything you remember about it? Is that all right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
From my understanding, like he got jumped on in the club, then I left the club, he called me back. We went and picked up a gun. I want to say Zachary, and then we went, I don't know the name of the apartments.
Okay.
And then I want to say we traveled back down, traveled back around, if that.
I didn't hear you.
I said once we went to the apartments and then we went back to the house. I think that's what I said.
Take your time, and you do not have to, I'm not trying to get you to match up anything. Okay.
I asked her a lot.
Then
It's
stop
been long 4
interrupting him.
days. Lord. So
It's okay. Take your time.
if you have anything you can refresh my memory. But right now, I don't recall.
All right.
Try my best.
And that's all I'll ask, okay?
Yes.
So I'm not going to try and trip you up. I just wanted whatever you remember today in terms of it.
All right, go ahead and ask the next question.
Okay. All right. Do you remember whether you went to the house first or to the apartment first?
I don't remember. I can't exactly tell you, but I don't recall exactly how it went.
Okay. And the house that we're talking about, is that the one off near MLK, off Adele?
I want to say that's the only house I remember going to. I don't remember.
And where were the apartments that you remember going to?
I don't remember exactly what it was. I just know they was in a gated area. It had a gate when you got to go through the gate. That's all I remember.
Do you remember whose they were? Whose apartments they were? Like, why were y'all going there?
I think I was supposed to been dropping Zachary off.
Okay. Did his girlfriend live there?
I don't think she stayed there, but she was there.
All right. Now, was there any shootings that went on there? Did you see somebody else shooting or anything happening there?
Yes, I think that's what it was. They was shooting when we pulled up.
Okay. Now, I know you don't get scared easily, but did you consider that sort of a startling sight to see somebody shooting at the apartment?
For me, it was normal, so I can't speak for no one else, but
Fair
for
enough.
my stuff, it was normal.
All right. And were they shooting at apartments that you were sending or taking Mr. Zachary to?
I don't know if it was the exact apartment, but it was right there in that area.
All right. Now, in terms of shooting, how could you tell the jury, because they weren't there? Do you see guns pointing out a window or just like fire flashes? What is it that let you know?
I just seen the fire flash in front of the
Okay.
car.
Okay. And were you right up on the car, or were you like coming in the gate and you saw fire flashes from like across?
I pulled directly in front of the car and then I backed back.
Okay. When you pulled directly in front of it, had the shooting begun already?
No, they was doing it.
Okay. Did you realize they were doing it when you pulled directly in front of it?
No, it's like when we got there, then it started happening.
Okay. Okay, so for people who aren't you, that might have been considered a little scary. So what did you do when you heard the shooting behind you going on?
I backed out.
Okay. Did you back out and like quickly leave?
No, I got back to safety.
Okay. And where were Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary when you did that? Did they run inside, stay with you?
No, they got out the car.
All right. And did you see what happened?
No, I was around the building, so I didn't really get out the car to see what was going on, but I backed up behind the building.
Okay. Did you have to pull around the car to get in front of it? Or did you?
No, it's a straight shot. It's just a straight shot through the apartments.
Okay, so is it fair? Did the car pull up behind you then?
What you mean?
Did I understand you to say that you ended up in front of the car that was shooting?
That means they was probably back in, facing like coming out, and I'm coming in.
I gotcha. Okay. Did you notice what kind of car it was?
No.
Right. And did you have a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
I didn't know who it was.
Okay. Did you later form a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Did you all do anything based on who y'all believe might have been in the car?
I already answered that question. I answered that question 2 days ago when I told you about it.
Okay. Forgive me. I had a long weekend. Could you tell me what you all did based on what you all believed or who you all believe was in that car? There's nothing more that'll happen as a result of it, I promise.
I don't know who was in the car. At the time, I didn't know who was in the car. I still don't know if that was true, what was told to me, so.
All right. And that was told to you by Mr. Zachary or somebody else?
Well, it was told by other people too, so.
Okay. Other people that were there with you?
In the street, no, in the streets, like when things happen, it be talked about in the streets.
Okay. Did you all react immediately or did it take a few days or something different?
I don't know. I couldn't really tell you because I told you I'm behind a bill.
This new prosecutor law we see is the equivalent of what you call it now? The corn syrup chemical sweetness, all fake. All fake.
And so I couldn't actually see what was going on.
All right. Okay. At any point, did you think that Ifgang was involved in that?
I don't know because I told you from the night that he got jumped on. I didn't even see who jumped on him.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't recall. I can't say that.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not asking you if they were. I'm just. Judge, may I be allowed to ask the question?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm just asking you at any point if you believe they were, not whether you know, not whether they were, just at any point did you?
No,
believe?
I never believe. I never believe.
All right. Now, we talked last week about Antrevia Smith, and you talked a little bit about that on cross-examination, your relationship with Ms. Smith. The Kelvin Watts who started dating Ms. Smith after you did, was that the same Kelvin Watts that had a beef with Kenneth Copeland?
I don't really know if him and Kenneth Copeland had a beef or not.
Okay. So did you ever learn or did you ever discuss any kind of beef that Kenneth Copeland had with Kelvin Watts?
I don't recall if we ever discussed Miss Love. I don't recall.
Okay. But is it fair to say that, let me ask you a better question so I'm not leading. Is the Kelvin Watts that started dating Miss Smith after you did, was he also called Shell Kale?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And do you know if Shell Kale, did you consider him having any family relationship to Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I never knew there was, how long I've been knowing Donovan Thomas, I never knew they had any relationship.
All right. How long did you say you knew Shell Kale? If you said it already, forgive me.
I don't know. He went outside when I was outside. He probably came outside. I started hearing about his name 2015. Before then, I never knew him.
Okay. When you say came outside, help me and the jury know what you mean.
Whenever he started hanging outside, I ain't know him before then.
So based on that answer, did he start hanging outside around 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm saying that's when I started hearing his name in the street. Other than that, I don't know him.
All right. When you heard his name in the street, did you hear his name associated with Ifgang, sir?
No, not when I first started hearing his name.
At any point later on, did you hear his name associated with Ifgang?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
All right. Now, do you remember whether that was after 2015, like 2016, 17, or during about 2015?
I don't really recall because it was late. It probably was late in 2015, but I don't know.
Sir. All right. Now, you were shown some dates in a book by Mr. Williams' attorney. I'm going to approach with the court's permission and with your permission. Is that all right? All right. So, did you testify, or a better question is, did you participate in every performance in 2015 that the Travis Scott rodeo tour included?
No.
All right. And do you remember when Mr. Steele was up here reading these dates to you and you were saying, yeah, you see them on the page?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you tell the jury if these dates are dates that you were actually at the location indicated on this piece of paper?
Yeah, most of them.
Okay. Are you able, as we sit here now, to tell the jury, just, you can point them out and then read them out after you do, the dates that
I
you
don't
did
have to
go
go
to?
through all the dates. I know exactly what day that I left that tour.
Okay,
I don't know the exact date, but I know what state I was in.
fair enough. So did the tour did not start until after January 10th, 2015. Is that right or wrong?
That might be right.
Okay. Do you know of any tour date on this tour that you were talking about with Travis Scott that started before February 28th, 2015?
I don't know the exact dates, at least I'm looking at the book.
Here. Do you know of anything before February 28th, 2015? Here, you can turn however you want to look at it.
No, the first date say February 28, 2015.
Okay.
Yes.
And to your memory, is that the very first date of this Travis Scott tour?
Yes, from my room.
All right. Now, this tour, when we say Travis Scott tour, who was the headliner? Was Mr. Williams the main attraction, or was Mr. Scott or somebody else?
Mr. Scott was.
Okay. Now, was he a major performer? And you got to forgive me because I don't know Travis Scott, okay?
Come on.
I'm not lying. I don't. Was he a major performer? I'm older than you believe, and you're going to have to forgive me.
Come on.
I'm dead serious. I don't know the man.
You know, don't be mad at me if I'm laughing at you.
I'm not mad at you.
You just listen what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I know a lot of people know he's a big.
Miss Love might be older than we think. And the reason why she doesn't know music is because music makes you happy. And Miss Love hates happy.
Major artist.
Okay. All right. And is he a rapper, a singer, a musician, or something else?
I don't really. I think he do like, is it like rock or something like that? I don't really know.
Okay. All right. So he's a big performer. And did you go on that very first tour date on Saturday, February 28, 2015, that's listed on the book?
I just told you, yes.
Thank you. Were you head of security for Defendant Williams on that day?
I want to say, I don't recall if I was or not, was I head of security, but I did a lot of different things on that tour.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that. Now was that in Santa Ana, California?
Yes, that's what the book is saying.
All right. And is that your independent recollection, apart from what the book says?
I don't really remember. I could just go by the booklet and know the actual day and what state it was in.
Okay. And so does looking at the booklet make you remember, or are you just relying on the booklet to be right?
I knew the booklet was right. I had one myself.
Okay.
In that time.
All right.
I have
Do you
no
remember
idea
who
what
else
she's going
within
with this,
YSL went on this tour?
other than wasting time.
It was a lot of us. I don't recall everybody who was there.
Was it? I'm sorry.
It was multiples, so I don't recall everybody who was there.
Was that the first time you had gone to Santa Ana, California?
Maybe not, but with a major upcoming artist it was.
Now, were you all with YSL, were you all like traveling with Mr. Scott, or were you all traveling separately? How did that work?
We traveled separate.
Okay.
Mr. Scott, not my friend.
Understood. Understood. When you got to the venue, wherever that was, Did you all stay in the same location as Mr. Scott or separately?
I can't remember. They normally have different dress rooms, so I don't recall.
All right. And did you stay overnight or did you all just perform and leave?
You perform and leave.
All right.
At least he had to be there more than one day, so I don't know. If his booklet say 2 days, sometimes we stay 2-3 days in the same state. So you might go to Dallas, you might go to Houston, you know, stuff like that. So.
And was Mr. Stillwell with y'all on this tour February 28th, 2015?
I think so.
What about Mr. Kendrick?
I think so.
All right. Anybody else in this courtroom that would have been with y'all then?
Not I know of.
All right. Now, March 1st, that's listed here. Did you go on that one too?
March 1st?
Mm-hmm.
I was there every day except the day that I told you that, well, the state I remember that I went home.
Okay.
If Miss Love is 49, then she definitely isn't older than we think. I thought mid to late 50s.
So, are you able to say just from memory where or which ones you remember performances occurring at? I'll give you the book.
I can't remember all that.
All right.
I don't recall all that.
All right. On the days that are listed as travel days, are you able to tell the jury if you all actually traveled on those days, or were there some days that you all traveled on different days?
Probably actually that day because you had to be in another state before he performed. It was a time limit, so like we had to stay on the time limit.
Okay. Are you able to tell this jury with 100% certainty whether or not Mr. Williams performed at every show reflected on this tour schedule?
I can't say that because I got sent home on a certain date. So I didn't finish the whole tour, so I can't say that.
Okay.
I didn't see him perform, but I could, like, until I got sent home, I seen him perform.
Without looking at the book, and I'm going to show you the book in a minute, but without looking at the book, are you able to say the date you went home?
I can't tell you the date. I remember what state it was.
Okay. Looking at the book, would that help you remember when you went home? And does that schedule just consist of that one page, or is there 2 pages?
It's one page. I remember right here.
Are you,
I got my finger pointed at it.
okay. Can you read out the
The date,
date
it
and
was
the-
Thursday, March 26,
Thank you, Claudia.
2015.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you able to tell the jury with 100% certainty whether on every tour day prior to Thursday, March 26, 2015, Defendant Williams performed at every performance listed on this sheet of paper?
Not after that date, yeah, but that date, yes. That's the last show I was at.
What I'm asking is before you got sent home, before you went home, right?
Every show that he performed.
Every show day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoopsie, Miss Love, because way back when you have made a claim that Mr. Williams, despite being on stage, could actually call and direct people in the gang.
Do you recall who all was at the shows that he performed at every day before March 26, 2015?
No, I don't recall that.
After you got sent home, did you make any effort to follow what was going on as he toured?
No.
So when you got home, did you just kind of blank out and not listen to or anything?
I enjoyed myself with my family.
Okay. Did you speak with or talk to or communicate with Defendant Williams or any other member of YSL who might have been touring with him?
No, because I was trying to get family time in, so I didn't called and see what Mr. Williams had going on. I was more focused on my kids.
When you got sent home, would you tell the jury how it was that you were sent home, like by bus, train, plane, car?
I don't even actually think he sent me home. I requested that I was ready to go home, but I went by plane.
Oh, okay. Did you, did that request have anything to do with your family? What happened?
No,
What?
I was just ready to get home and see my kids at the time.
Fair enough. Did anybody else leave at the same time you did on, was it March 26, 2015?
I don't recall who all left at certain time because everybody didn't leave and go the same way they kept on the plane.
Okay. Was defendant Stillwell still with Mr. Williams on this rodeo tour of Travis Scott's when you left? Do you remember?
I don't recall if Mr. Williams and Mr. Steele went home or he stayed on tour. I don't recall.
Do you have any memory about Mr. Kendrick and how long he stayed?
No, I believe Mr. Kendrick stayed the whole while. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Kendrick was like a backup hype man or something at the time.
Was a backup hype man?
He was on stage with him performing.
Okay. Was Mr. Copeland with him? Do you know?
No, I don't remember Mr. Copeland.
What about Mr. Zachary?
I think Mr. Zachary had got sick. He went home way before.
Was Mr. Stevens with him?
I don't recall.
What about Mr. Garlington? Was he with him?
I don't recall.
So without me going down a list of people you don't recall, can you tell the jury if there's anybody else you recall being on this tour of Travis Scott's with you and other YSL people?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. DK, Walter Murphy, was he at ever any point on this tour?
Hey, thank you,
I don't
Jenny.
recall.
Thank you so much for your $10 super sticker.
Do you
And
recall
it's a
ever being on
laughing
tour
cat.
with Mr. Murphy?
I think I was at one
Yeah,
point in
Mr.
time,
Jingles.
but I don't recall
Did you hear?
when he left. I don't recall that.
Okay.
I won't say that he was never on this tour.
Yes, sir.
But I don't recall when he left off the tour.
Okay. Now, is this tour that you're just pointing to, is that the only tour that you've accompanied defendant Williams on as either head of security or something else? Or is there any other tour that you can tell the jury that you worked or were a part of?
From my understanding, what I know, I only know about 2 tours. I don't forgot what the second tour name was, but I was there.
Was that after or before the one?
It was after.
Do you remember how long after?
It probably 2019, I want to say.
Okay. And was it in the States or was it like in other countries or something different?
We went to Atlanta, but it was different states. And I think like on the tour, he did go to another country.
Come on, Mr. Jingles, let me love you.
Say it for me one more time, sir.
I think he did go out the country
Hello.
on one of the dates. I just don't remember what date.
All right.
Hello.
Do you remember whether he was the headline by 2019?
Yes, he was headline.
Okay. And did he have other artists performing with him?
Yes, his artist.
Besides people from YSL, like with this, he was performing with Travis Scott. Did he have some other people besides YSL performing with
I
him
don't
in
want to say
2019?
the guy. I don't remember the guy's name. It's Kelly, something like that. I think it's something like that. I don't want to use the term of what his race is, but his name Kelly or something like that.
Was he my race?
No,
Okay.
he was his race.
He was his race.
Yeah. Since you want me to say it.
You're all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
All right. Was it Machine Gun Kelly?
That's who it is, Machine Gun.
Okay. All right.
I'm not familiar with all the rappers, but
Okay. But Mr. Williams was the top line and Machine Gun Kelly
Kelly
was
was, yes.
with him. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, am I reading correctly that this rodeo tour lasted February 28, 2015 to April 3rd, 2015?
That's what it's saying in the booklet, if that's what it is.
And you can look on other pages if you need
I don't
to.
think it's been on the other page. I really look.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the ending date.
Okay, so is it your memory that after April 3rd, 2015, where it says travel home, there was no more rodeo tour?
No, there was no more rodeo too.
Okay. When you worked on the tour in 2019, do you have a rough estimation of how many places, how many cities y'all visited?
No, it was a lot.
Okay. And do you have any idea of who all within YSL would have accompanied you and Defendant Williams on that tour with Machine Gun Kelly?
I don't recall everybody who was with us, Miss Laura.
That's fair enough, Mr. Sledge. Do you recall anybody though?
Person I remember there, I know Mr. Kendrick was there.
Okay. What about Mr. Stillwell, 2019?
I don't even remember what Mr. Steele was. No,
Okay.
I don't think. Whoa, let me back up.
Yes
Let
or
me-
no? Don't
let me
tell
back.
me.
Can I bag up? I don't even think Mr. Kendrick was there. I'm sorry for that.
Okay.
I don't think
Hi,
Mr.
Angelo.
Kendrick was there.
Okay. Was Mr. Murphy there to your knowledge?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What about Mr. Zachary?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you and Mr. Williams, y'all stay at the same hotel and things like that on that tour?
Yes, I was basically everywhere he went. Probably like my room was like next to his, was probably up on the floor.
Okay. Now, when you talked about earlier knowing Mr. Williams' music, but you can't recall always songs, are you familiar about any YSL members that he talked about in his songs?
I don't recall. If you got anything to refresh my memory, you can.
All right. Do you have any memory of any songs that Mr. Williams referencing a woman getting robbed by a tick? I blank her and she get robbed by a tick.
I don't recall. That was in the early time. I don't recall that song.
Okay. When you say in the early
I'm
time,
saying like in his beginning of his career, I don't recall that song though.
for you, can you tell the jury what you consider the beginning of the career, the earlier part that you wouldn't remember, just so they have a frame of reference?
Probably around, I guess around his early career. I can't give you exactly a year.
Okay. 2014.
Even if you tell me and you don't got it in front of me, I can't tell you.
All right. Okay.
I believe you're right, Blue Skies. She's proving the
What
point
about Lil Woody
that Thug had
popping
no
at you
time
now?
to run again.
Does that sound familiar?
Thank you for
Yeah, I
this,
think that was
thank you
on
for
the
the super
song.
chat.
Do you remember what song that was on?
I want to say halftime, if I'm not mistaken.
Any idea when halftime dropped?
No, I don't remember exactly what year halftime dropped either.
Okay. Do you remember around like 2014, 2015?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Were you working as head of security during that time?
I don't recall that because I don't know what year. I can't answer that for you because I don't know what year it came out.
Okay.
Apparently, she knows Machine Gun Kelly, but not know Travis Scott.
In March 2015, you said you went home around March. What was March?
Whatever, Phoenix, Arizona. is.
Phoenix, Arizona.
After that show, I went home.
Okay. All right.
So it would have been the next day that I went home.
Okay. All right.
So I didn't travel to the next state with him.
All right. All right. So March 26, 2015 is Phoenix, Arizona. You would have gone home like.
Ooh, look at that. Big thank you to Frederick, who sponsored this channel with $20 via PayPal. Thank you so much. And with a message of love your channel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you to you others who have super chatted and super chatted, gifted memberships, and all of that all throughout this stream. Thank you so much. Your support means everything to me. Thank you.
March 27th, that Friday.
Yeah, that morning.
That morning, okay. All right. Did you ever hear, sir, you want to see it again?
No.
All right. Did you ever hear, while you were there, before you went home on March 27th, did you ever hear Defendant Williams refer to any other artists in his music while he was on stage? Other than Travis Scott?
I don't recall because I don't recall all the songs he performed.
Okay. Did you ever hear him diss anybody on stage?
I don't recall.
And I'm going to have to say the word, but I hate to do it, but I'm going to ask. Did you ever hear him call anybody a bitch on stage?
I don't know. He probably said bitch in a lot of songs. I ain't gonna say like he called no one no bitch. I never heard him call nobody a bitch on stage.
Okay. And did you ever hear him refer to anybody substituting one part of their name for the word bitch?
No.
Okay. When we were talking about that video with you, Mr. Zachary, that last week, the video, I'm sorry, I'm switching gears. I'm switching
jumping
gears.
here, there.
But I ain't
That's
gonna
how
be
you.
aggressive.
But that's how you confuse me. You going to one subject and then you jumping all the way left field.
All right, I'm gonna try and orient you. Last week, when you and I were talking, do you remember me putting up a video of you and Mr. Zachary, and one or both of you had a gun, and you were saying something like, "We're not going back and forth," and you were talking about Kale in the video.
Right.
All right.
Yes, Lisa, I would agree. I mean,
when you were
last half hour, 45 minutes of questioning shows me that Mr. Williams didn't have time to do anything but touring. So,
do you remember when it was that you filmed that video? Not posted it, but filmed it.
I don't recall when we filmed it.
Okay. And when you were filming that video, do you remember saying that at any time that it wasn't about a girl?
I don't think we never even mentioned a girl name in the video. So.
Okay. So is it fair to say, or is your testimony that the stuff you said to Kale wasn't about no girl?
I don't recall. I can't say it. I don't recall. Cause you saying what I said. I don't recall because I ain't say nothing about no girl in the video.
That's fair. All right. But do you remember the video?
I remember we made the video, but I don't remember what I said in the video.
Ms. Dyer, are you able to pull up that video?
This is just wasting time. I don't know what point she's trying to make, why 95% of her questions is asked, except wasting time. She treats this like a deposition where you can ask many questions, get objected to, but it's still answered. Yeah.
And what number was that? 441. All right. We're going to play 441 for you one more time.
Little strip ass nigga. We ain't really going back and forth no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. Know we hate. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Kel. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Whoa. They said they ain't really going back.
Okay. You chuckling.
Cause
now,
it's funny now.
It's funny now?
Yeah, that video.
Now, who other than Kel were you talking to when you said and whoever else?
I just said whoever else.
All right. Now, what were you meaning to tell Kel?
I wasn't meaning to tell him nothing.
Okay.
I said what I said in the video.
All right. Which was we're not going back.
I ain't going back and forth with him.
All right.
I ain't say them, I said him.
Right. Was he trying to go back and forth with you about something?
If you want to be honest, they were saying that he was looking for me about treatment. So that's the whole thing. So when he didn't respond to me when I DM'd him, I made sure he was gonna be able to see what I was saying.
What did you DM Kel?
I don't got no problem with him about no girl.
Okay. And when did to your knowledge, did Kel say something about Mr. Zachary?
I don't know. No. I can't recall if he said anything about Zachary. I don't know.
Then I'm gonna have to fall to my country roots and ask you what was Mr. Zachary doing up in there with y'all?
I don't know. He was just being silly in the video too. It was all silly. It wasn't in there serious. Cause when I seen Kel, he ain't do nothing to me. And I ain't do nothing to him. So it wasn't that serious.
So for you putting guns on the internet, ain't that serious? Is that fair?
No one was shot. So I don't think it was that serious. The video.
Okay. All right.
Yo, I also walk around with guns all day. It ain't that serious.
All right. When you oriented you back to the rodeo tour, not trying to switch up and change you and confuse you.
That was you first frame, yeah. You went from here to there,
I'm trying to get past it and go
and
fast.
I'm trying to stay focused with you, but you started throwing me off.
All right.
Come on.
When we're talking about the rodeo tour, you said you had to go home, but you were working. Did you have any kind of contractual obligations you had to fulfill before you went home?
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Hey, Chloe, thank you so much for your $5 super chats. Forget taking notes. Each juror better be assigned their own personal stenographer if they're expected to follow this case. Yeah. And Joey's first fan, when are Nick streams ever monetized? Well, after I put in, for instance, last Friday, August 30th, I had my usual Friday panel show. It took them 9 days to remove the demonetization after I sent in an objection. 9 days. And by then, everybody who wanted to watch it had watched it. And that is a stream with, let's see here. That was a stream with 11,000 views. Now imagine if I had a $5 per 1,000 views in ad revenue. That would be $55. And I mean, $55 in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot of money. But it's $55 YouTube denied me because they keep demonetizing my streams.
He'll let me go home anytime I wanted to, no matter what the contract was. He'll let me go home. If I tell him I want to go home and see my son, he'll let me go home.
All right. And did you have someone to replace you when you went home?
Yes, I was head of security, so that means I only choose the security.
All right.
That don't mean I did security.
All right.
Head of security just means like I could come say, we're gonna get Miss Love, we're gonna get him, we're gonna get her, we're gonna get Mr. Right. And if one of you don't do right, I just say, we'll give him a plane ticket.
Did you have responsibility for sending folks home to act it up on the tour?
No, I don't have responsibility to that.
Okay. Now, on cross-examination, going back to...
It's right, huh?
Thank you. This is defendant Williams number 255, right?
Yes.
All right. You told Mr. Steele that you had seen that. You recognized that before,
Yes.
right? Where had you seen that?
If I am mistaken, man, when it was posted and added, I want to say, man, Mr. Williams was together.
When it was posted and added, y'all were together?
When the guy added him, me and him was together. That's why I remember this post. And we were both like, I think he was gonna try to use it in a song or something, but he did. I don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with D-Mac, Got Me Too Banging?
I don't know him personally. No, I don't know him.
Now, where was it that you saw it?
I want to say that was Twitter or something at the time, if I'm mistaken.
Now, are you tagged on this tweet too?
No, what are you getting at?
The jury doesn't know, so I'm just asking.
You showed that they presented it, and
All
they see
right.
I'm not tagged on them.
So when you say that you and Mr. Williams were together, were you looking at his
Who-
Twitter account
Yeah, we were sitting there looking at the phone together.
at Mr. Williams' phone?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to pull up what I will mark for you as State's Exhibit
Thank you, Heather. Thank you so
number
much.
4. Judge, I'm going to, for the purposes of this question, mark the clip that I'm going to show as State's Exhibit 447. I'm sorry, 449.
Okay.
And it is from 1:03:30 to 1:08:17 of Mr. Sledge's testimony on September 5th, 2024, when I asked about the video of Defendant Williams speaking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama
September 24th.
last week,
Oh,
just last week.
I've been saying.
Yeah. Just take a look at it, if you will.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to give you no hard time.
Thank you for trying not to give me a hard time.
Take a look at it.
My apologies. Yes. Mr. Steele, do you mind coming over to Mr. Knight, Miss Knight, so that she can show you what we're about to show?
Anybody else? Any of the other?
And anybody,
attorneys?
yes. And Judge, so that our record is very clear, it will be 449 Yankee.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for not giving me a hard time.
I don't want to. I just want to get up, get out of here.
All right.
I don't want to give you no hard time.
Is it done? Judge, just so that the court's aware, we're making it available, but we're playing it through the transcript so that the volume isn't overheard by anybody else in the courtroom.
Thank you again, Chloe, for $5. Quote, now, Mr. Sledge, tell the jury, do you, in fact, like green eggs and ham? Did you eat them on the train? Did you have them on the plane? Oh, by the way, it's election year and YouTubes have been known to strike down on politics. So if you could avoid that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'm just going to sit while they're looking.
We're up to speed again, and Miss Love, she can't avoid. She searches for where the camera is goes up there and bumhole.
Mr. Steele specifically, I think there's one portion he wanted to add.
Okay. Mr. Steele, is that right?
Yeah.
Did you want to
Oh,
approach
I
about
believe-
a particular section? I mean, do you want to?
I would like to because he asked for something specific that I would like.
Oh, okay. All right. Do y'all need a break at all? Okay.
Why aren't if she knew this was something she was going for, she could have done this during lunch. Instead, well, there's one good thing about it. It is sidebar counter 243. Oh. Oh. I believe that's sidebar number 6 for today. I think we started at 237 and now we are at 243. Yeah, this is annoying. Oh yeah, always stalling. Always stalling. We are going on 2 hours for redirect. I think it's more. But let's say 2 hours. It feels like more. I don't know if there is any point to this at all. Yeah. Prior preparation prevents poor performance. That is what Judge Glanville told Ms. Love.
Jesus, oh boy, dude.
Pledge, I'm going to put in front of you a portion of your testimony that we have and will mark as 449 Yankee, just for the purposes of the record.
I
And want
wish
you to
I
listen
knew
to
Blue
it.
Skies why
It
she
will
is jumping
be
around with questions. She's
approximately 2
searching for
minutes.
something
And
that she doesn't
after you
get.
hear it, would you just tell me if you remember that? I don't want to ask you just straight out, do you remember something? Okay? I don't mind, Judge. I'll tell him if you don't, if you give me a second. Hold on. Before you do anything, okay?
Okay.
Judge, that will be from time 103, 1:03:30 to 1:08:17. Yes, a little more than 2 minutes. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. Me and my bad math. Can you hear anything? Can you hear anything? Can you hear?
I can't really hear it. It's real low. Hold on. Yeah, it's real low.
Because we can't hear what you hear. Can you hear it now?
You try to listen to
I agree with Denise else in the chat. Lack of planning on your part does not make it an emergency on my end.
I can read. I don't read. It'd be hard for me because I can read words and I don't be able to understand.
Okay. Try these right here.
Who had them? No, I just put anything in my ear.
Judge, may I get some sanitizer?
Sometimes. All right, then.
I'm gonna wipe it up. I'll wipe it up.
I don't want to put nothing in my ear that nobody else had. Yeah, do something different. No. That-
He said that did not work.
but I don't want to use that though. You gotta get something else, yeah. That's a perfect. You ain't finna- I don't want to wake up my ears broke out.
Right. So
You
right.
ain't gonna pay it in. You ain't gonna pay that doctor bill. Okay. Right. Me neither. So let's just do it the right way. Yeah.
You can pull them.
Oh, okay.
Sure. You tell me.
Oh,
It doesn't matter.
okay. I just want to make sure I can hear it.
You can? Just stand up while he's.
frick's sake. Yeah. Vibes in my lane says this better be something worth waiting for. Yeah. Oh. Darn it. Oop. There. Thank you. I didn't even realize that my banner has been on since lunch. Thank you.
Get back on. I remember now.
You do remember?
But you know what you asked. Okay.
We can't talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah. It was so much hurry when the defense was crossing, but now, apparently, no hurry at all. Jesus Christ. Hi, Wilsham over at Rumble. Hey, good to see some action over at Rumble. Ugh.
You can get it if you want. It ain't that, but you can get it. I know what you're talking about.
You just let me stop saying 108. Right here.
You can stop it if you want.
Okay, 108. Just listen to it. 108.
You stop.
I'll let you keep this, okay?
Yes.
This better be
Mr.
good.
Sledge, having heard what you said when I asked you about states 449 Yankee, do you recall my showing you the video of defendant Williams looking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall me asking you whether that was your voice in the video?
I told you it sounded like my voice.
And do you
We
recall
already
me
heard
pressing
this
you, asking you,
several times.
was that
Are
you?
fucking kidding me?
When you just showed me video, I see now, but that's why when I told you it sounded like me, I thought you just took it as that was me, because I told you it sounded like me, and the only way it can sound like me, I had to be there in the room.
Do you recall telling me that you did not remember being in the room?
I see on the video I did, but like I tell you, you were pressuring me so much that day too. My mind just was everywhere.
And when I asked you if that was you specifically who said snitching bitches,
I said, yes, that was me. That was my voice. Sounded like my voice. That's what I said.
did you ever acknowledge though that that was you in the video?
I said it sounded like my voice. So yes, I acknowledge that with me if I said it would sound like my voice. I ain't say it sounded like Miss Love, and I said it sounded like me, that record, that to me, that's saying it was me.
All right. Do you recall me asking you where you were?
I said, and I told you I didn't remember whose house it was, but I did. I said that sounded like my voice.
Do you recall me asking you who all was in the room?
I don't recall you asking me that. I ain't hear that on that neither.
Do you recall me asking you the names of anybody else that was there?
Not I recall you didn't ask me about nobody. You was on the Pacific asking me about my voice. That's what I remember.
And do you recall at some point telling me, I'm not saying that it's me, I'm just saying it sounds like me, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, I told you it sounded like my voice. That's all I remember telling you. It sounded like my voice. So I know if it sounded like my voice, I just thought you say, yeah, that's him. He said it sounded like your voice.
Do you remember Thug's attorney showing you the same video a day later?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you, was that you in the video?
Yes.
Do you remember telling him, yes, that is you in the video?
Yes, because I had the day to think about it, and then I was like, yeah. When I was still planning in my mind when you showed it to me, and then I thought about it, I was like, yeah, that is me in the video saying it. It's my voice.
Is that the video that you were thinking of when you were talking to me back in June with your attorney, Lieutenant Lansico, and myself out in Fayette?
I don't even remember you asking me about that video, Ms. Lowe.
Do you remember me telling you on direct or asking you on direct about a video where I asked you if you had seen or did you know the video where they say you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and you said that wasn't me?
No, I remember telling you I didn't see me in the video. I seen Mr. William in the video, but I don't recall the statement you make.
Thank you. And do you recall me asking you then, where had you seen that video before we met in Fayette?
I don't recall, but I just heard it. Something about you asked me that. And I told you I seen it before time and I seen it recently.
Now, between the time I showed it to you and the time that Mr.
For
Steele showed it
fuck's
to you,
sake.
did you go look at it and listen to it again?
No.
All right. And so what happened that made your memory precise about not just the fact that it was you, but where exactly it was shot?
I know. Because you, Miss Love, is bad at your job, while Mr. Steele is good at his job. That's why Mr. Steele, in how he forms his questions, actually gets the answers, while you, Miss Love, is bullying the witnesses, badgering the witnesses, screaming at the witnesses, to the point they are so distressed their mind shuts up. That's why.
I'll clear it up. Bad question. Do you remember telling Mr. Steele where that video was taken?
I don't recall Mr. Steele even asking me where it was taken. I don't even recall him asking me that.
Your Honor, could I object at this point, 403?
Yeah, we've all heard the testimony, so whether he remembers it or not at this point's not really the issue. Can you just ask the questions you intend to
Sure,
be
Your Honor.
asking?
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, why did you remember who all was in the room when the video was shot, when Mr. Steele asked you the question?
I just told you, when you asked me, I didn't remember. But when I left that day and I thought about the video, and then I realized everybody's voice who was in the video.
Okay. And what about the time or the date that the video was shot? What did you remember that too after you left?
He showed me the date of the video he had, and then I remember it was a repost, different date. I don't remember the date of the repost, but I knew where he cross-examined me on. I knew the answer to that question.
And do you remember me asking you about what what you understood Defendant Williams to be talking about when he said they lied to their mama, they lied to their sister, and all that stuff? Do you remember me asking you about that?
No, I don't remember you asking me that.
At any point, having heard the video again today, did you hear anybody reference lying in the courtroom on that video?
Yes.
You heard somebody say something about lying in the courtroom?
Oh, no. You said lying in the courtroom?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know if I just heard that, Ms. Love, to be honest with you, but I think I did. I'm not mistaken. If you got anything, just show it to me.
Your Honor, state request permission to play again states 447 Yankee.
Oh, no. We already heard all of that.
The video itself.
Okay.
We already heard everything about this. Oh.
And so even hearing it just now, you didn't remember, right?
No, if you show me again, like that part.
Okay. Don't worry about the earphones. We're going to put it up on the big screen.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom till the God and his truth. Fuck nigga. Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching
bitches? From me and YC.
I don't hear it say lying in the courtroom though.
All right. So when you
My personal interpretation of what is said in that video is people who go lying to friends, family, and then all of a sudden they swear on the God's honest truth in the courtroom. Why should we believe them? Why do people believe these people? That is my interpretation. And if that is correct, then cut away the thing about snitching and ending, but there are so many people walking around like saints, lying to everybody around them, swearing on the Bible, swearing on their mother's grave, lying and lying and lying. But they will be called to court. And there, after holding the hand up and other hand on the Bible, then all of a sudden we should believe them.
were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele if that video talked about lying in the courtroom, and you said, yeah, was that a mistake?
Yeah, that was a mistake because I didn't say lie. It didn't say lie in the courtroom. The voice didn't say lie in the courtroom.
Okay. What did you understand it to be saying?
What he said or what in the video it said.
The video.
It's I'm lie on God.
Okay. And when Thug is talking, what is he talking about doing in the courtroom? Telling the God's honest truth?
Yes.
All right. And after Mr. Williams says, and you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, you need to get killed, bro. That's from me as YSL. Since you realize now that that is your voice, would you tell the jury why you say snitching bitches?
Because snitch is a liar to me.
Okay. Did you just not say that he said you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth?
Well, I'm in the courtroom telling the God honest truth. So whatever he said, what he said.
Okay. So when he's talking about telling the God's honest truth in the courtroom, why do you follow that up with snitching bitches?
I just said something. There wasn't no reason to follow it up.
Do you consider a person who does get in the courtroom and tell God's honest truth on their friends snitching bitches?
No.
All right. You were also asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele about a meeting that you had with Lieutenant Lansco, your lawyer, and me out in Fayette County.
Yeah.
Call that?
Yes.
Did you let Mr. Steele know before we met that we were actually going to have the meeting?
Did I let Mr. Steele know?
Yep.
No, I hadn't talked to Mr. Steele before that.
All right. Did you let anyone at his office know that we were going to have that meeting?
No.
And afterwards, did you let him know that we had just had it?
Could you be more direct? What you trying to say?
Only what I'm asking.
You said, did I do what?
Did you let Mr. Steele know that we had just had that meeting?
When? After we had the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you ever let me know that you had that Zoom call with Mr. Steele?
No, I ain't. Because my lawyer put the Zoom call together. I didn't put it together.
Okay.
Mr. Steele didn't call my phone himself and say, Mr. Sledge, what's going on? No.
Okay.
My attorney was on the Zoom call.
Okay. And on the Zoom call, or rather last week, Mr. Steele asked you very pointedly, if you recall, do you remember Mr. Steele asking you
did Miss Love, or did you tell Miss Love that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I said that to you and Mr. Steele.
Do you recall Mr. Steele
Asking me that,
you
yes, yes.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love tell you, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I wouldn't say it was said like that.
Hold on a minute. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes, yes.
And do you recall telling him, yes, Miss Love told me, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged me to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't say it at the meeting June 9th. You didn't say it that way. But when I brought it to your attention that Mr. Williams told me to take me and Kenneth Copeland to the police station, your exact words to me, I don't want you to say that, and I would not be asking you that question.
So, at what point did I tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't use the word jury, but that's the way I took it, because from my understanding of this process that I would be speaking to the jury to try to prove the facts to the jury, and I just thought I should come in and tell my truth.
When your lawyer and you, Lieutenant Lansico, and I sat outside that coffee shop, were you in any kind of handcuffs?
No.
Did you come on your own?
I came willingly with my lawyer.
Did you leave on your own with your lawyer?
Yes.
All right. And did anybody try to read you any kind of rights or anything like that?
No, you know that. I would have been in
But the
jail.
jury doesn't know that, okay?
Right.
So, did you feel free to say whatever you wanted to say?
I just told you, I said what I said, free, yeah.
All right.
I was free to say what I wanted to say.
Okay. So
those are really dangerous questions, because you, Miss Love, you do not have a monopoly of truth. If Mr. Sledge tells you that is his interpretation, congratulations, that is what he's going to tell the jury. It doesn't matter. And you know why this happened, Miss Love? Because you and your office do refuse to record your interviews in the hopes that whatever you say can't be proven. Instead, here we are with Mr. Sledge's interpretation of what you said. And between the two of you, I believe him. Why would I say something like that? Well, because, Miss Love, you have lied so many times to this court. You have actively withheld evidence from the defense. You have actively had meetings with the judge in order to coerce testimony from a witness. That is why I don't believe you, Miss Love.
during that conversation, were you encouraged to come into the courtroom and simply tell the truth?
Yes.
Were you encouraged to simply tell the truth by me?
You said it out your mouth that you wanted me to come here and tell the truth, but you said it out your mouth.
Were you encouraged to tell the truth in front of Lieutenant Lansico and me by your attorney?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, did your attorney tell you to act as if any question the state asks you, they already know the answer? So don't try to finagle anything. Tell them the truth.
I don't recall him saying that in the meeting.
I hate to use this, I'm not being blasphemous, but did your attorney tell you to pretend like the state is God and they know everything?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay,
I know that. You heard me.
all right. Do you,
Come
do
on.
you remember me asking you
You're
about the
going too
video?
far, gang.
Do you remember me asking you about the video and you're denying being in a video where you
But-
say you lie to your kids?
I never denied the video. I said you don't see me in the video. They're my exact words. to
Right.
you. That ain't denying the video.
Okay. And do you remember after that I said, I've seen a video with you in it?
You said you seen the video with me, and I said you didn't see no video with me in it.
And do you remember me saying, yes, I have?
But
and you kind of smiled.
At the time, you were referring to video that Mr. William posted, not the video that I posted. Because if you would have said the video that you posted, Mr. Sledge, I would have said, yeah, that's me in that video.
Mr. Sledge, did I make reference to whose video it was? Or did I just ask you about
I
the
think
video?
you made, to me, I thought you, when you brought up the video with Jeffrey in it at first, then you brought up another, you brought the video up of Jeffrey.
Okay.
Because I told you that wasn't me. And I said, you didn't see me in no video.
Okay, no problem. Now, on direct examination, do you remember as you sit here today, me asking you whether Mr. Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
In this courtroom?
In this courtroom.
Yeah, you asked me the question. I figured you asked me the question because my lawyer called me and asked me, what did you, Ms. Love, say to you and at me? So then when you told me at the meeting, you wasn't gonna ask me the question, but then you get in the courtroom and ask me the question.
So
that's what happened.
Okay, so was it that I said I'm not gonna ask you that, or did I tell you not to tell the jury that?
You said how I took it. When
How you took it?
It isn't attorney-client privilege if third parties are present for the conversation. But in my opinion, she has asked about things Mr. Sledge and his attorney has been talking about. And that is attorney-client privileged information. And now she's going haywire again.
I just need to know my words. John,
it's non-responsive.
It is all bull crap.
My words only. Did I ever tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station? Did I ever tell you that?
You just said you didn't want me to say that.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony that I said, I don't want you to say that, or I'm not going to ask you that?
Both of them.
Overruled. We don't really have a clear answer.
All right.
We do get clear answers.
And it's your testimony that your lawyer and Lieutenant Lansico were still right there when I said these words that you heard?
Yes, so I wouldn't have said it.
All right. And based on what you just testified to the jury, you gleaned from that I didn't want you to tell the jury.
I never used the word tell the jury. I just said exactly what you said to me. I say, Ms. Love told me that she didn't want me to say that, and she wasn't going to ask me that question.
Okay, so then your memory is not, you don't remember telling Mr. Steele. You do not remember asking Mr. Steele saying, did Ms. Love tell you do not tell the jury?
If he said jury, I forgot I made a mistake, and I should have corrected Mr. Steele if he said jury. But I'm telling you what you said to me in the meeting. I ain't saying you said don't tell it to the jury. But that's the way I took it too, because that's who I'm supposed to be talking to, right? Telling the truth to, right?
Right.
Okay, so in my way, not the lawful way, that's the way I took it. Because if somebody tell me, oh, I don't want you to tell my girlfriend this, I'm going to take it this. You feel what I'm saying? You don't want me to tell the truth.
Okay. So, all right. We'll go on. So were you surprised when I asked you, did he encourage you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station if you thought I didn't want you to tell the jury? I'm exploring what he said his understanding was.
Overruled.
So were you? When I asked you that question, were you surprised given that you thought I didn't want you to talk about it?
I don't know. I can't recall. I don't know.
All right. Now, on cross-examination, did you tell Mr. Shart that you didn't feel like you could go to trial, or you didn't have the ability to go to trial?
I said I couldn't afford to go to trial.
Okay.
That's the question he asked me. He didn't say the ability. He said afford.
All right. And that's the reason that you answered yes to all the questions that you answered yes to on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee and 1AS?
I don't recall.
Having had time to think about it now, do you remember and realize that your sentencing acknowledgments placed you in peril of probation revocation if you testified inconsistently with something you said was true during your plea agreement?
I don't think I testified nothing that wasn't true today, if I recall.
Do you remember testifying on last week when I asked you specifically about portions of what you agreed to, and for you to tell me if any part of it you're now testifying is false, to label it false, and if any part of it, if it's all true, to tell me it's true? Do you remember me having that conversation with you?
I remember the conversation, but you had put so much on, I don't even recall what went on.
Do you remember me putting in front of you State's Exhibit 447Y? And
Yes. What? You'd like a new question? Oh, okay. All right. Whether he remembers it or not is not really the relevant matter.
Oh, God.
all right. Did you testify that
I never seen
number?
that. Not
I
highlighted.
give you the number.
All right.
Did you testify that number? I took it already. I put it back. These spaces at 1AS. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, it's 447. The second part of it. Did you testify that, looking at this, at State's Exhibit 1AS, did you testify that number 3 under defendant's factual acknowledgments is not entirely true.
No, I didn't say it was not entirely true. I think I remember I said the part of the support of YSL, and you put Kia as a rival gang member. I told you I didn't even know he was that gang at the time. And if I made a mistake anywhere else, I made a mistake.
All right. Do you remember me putting, now I have to ask, do you remember, Your Honor? Do you remember me putting State's Exhibit 444Y in front of you?
I remember you putting all these papers in front of me, but I don't like.
Do you remember me asking you to go over each number, and if one of it is true or one of it?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you remember me asking you that if all of the statement is true, to tell me and label it true, but that if any of it is not true, to call it false? Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, Ms. Love. Like I told you, you've been confusing me for so many days. You've been confusing me since I've been on this stand. So I don't know, like now, you jump from one thing to another thing. My brain don't move as fast as probably yours. I might don't learn as quick as you do. So I don't remember all this stuff. You putting all these papers in front of me ain't gonna make me remember.
Okay. All right.
So whatever you trying to get to, get to.
All right. We're just getting to the questions. So we'll take it slow.
I don't remember.
All right. 1AS, that is the document you signed, right?
Yeah.
All right. On 1AS,
I don't want us to go over the
right.
whole direct examination.
I'm not.
This is supposed to be redirect.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm specifically asking questions that are related to what the witness responded to on cross. So on cross-examination, the witness was asked whether he was allowed to.
Yeah, but you went over that on direct examination. Then it was crossed. You still had that information in your direct examination.
Craft this, whether they were his words, whether he understood them, whether he felt compelled to.
I recall.
And so what I'm asking now, and he was also asked on cross, whether he felt between a rock and a hard place.
I already answered that question.
So what is it that
And
you want to ask him?
I believe that he testified on cross that one part was feeling between the state and the other was Fulton County Jail or going back to jail. So I'm asking him about his sentencing acknowledgments and what he has stated
You
or
already
agreed
did
to
that.
within
Correct.
the sentencing acknowledgments, and how that squares with his rock and hard place on December 28, 2022.
Okay, then ask him that, how those acknowledgements square with his rock and a hard place.
I don't think that's going to get a quick answer, but I'll ask. Okay, so Mr. Sledge, how do your sentencing acknowledgments square with? Do you understand that you
now you
said?
thinking this stuff funny.
No, sir, I don't. Mm-mm.
You do.
Do you understand?
Because I know your question ain't funny.
It is not.
So what you laughing for?
Mr. Sledge, do you recall
I
stating in your sentencing acknowledgments?
don't recall.
Okay. Well, you have the paper in front of you. Would you please look at it to refresh your memory?
It still don't refresh my memory.
Your Honor, the state tender states Exhibit 1AS as evidence of a prior past recollection recorded. Yes, it was, and it was agreed to.
I object as well, Your Honor. This is not past recollection recorded,
It
and
is.
past recollection recorded does not come into evidence. I have to get you the code section.
You're right, it doesn't. He read it into the record.
That's exactly right.
We already read it into the record though, and not we, but you already read it into the record once.
Your Honor, I'm asking, all right, fine. Mr. Sledge, do you understand that you agreed that if you fail or refuse to testify to any fact that you acknowledged in this plea agreement, that such failure or refusal nullified any promise by the DA to no cross count 30 of the indictment?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. We've already established that he adopted all of those things. So
Understanding that as of last week, you understood the sentencing acknowledgments. It did not place you in what you called between a rock and a hard place with Mr. Sharp, as far as coming in here and testifying to something different than what you put in the factual acknowledgments.
I came, from my understanding, I would be able to explain the things that you wouldn't change. That was from my understanding.
Okay.
So now I'm in here testifying my truth and not what you put on paper and your answer. These is not my answers on this paperwork. Yeah, I did sign it, but if you would have came to me personally, like I think you should have did, and asked me this yourself, I would have told you no.
Did you testify that lay low were my words and not yours when I asked you on direct examination about defendant Williams giving YSL members money to lay low after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
When you asked me at that meeting, I told you he couldn't have gave YSL money to lay low because I'm the only one that stayed in Atlanta.
No.
I told you he gave me money to get out of harm's way. I borrowed $300.
I'm talking about in court last week. Do you remember saying, I didn't say lay low, those were your words?
Them is your word. I didn't say lay low.
Do
That
you
was
remember?
already on this paper. I never used the word lay low to you not one time. All this stuff that you trying to say, it was already on the paper. You changed certain things and then we agreed. And then I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even want to say that. I got another paper that's saying you changed number 8. It went from one thing to another thing. You don't want to red flag that.
No, I do. Actually.
Okay.
So thank you.
Because you changed the personal knowledge and I ain't changed it.
Thank you for that.
I would have never said yes to that. When I got to the last paperwork, I thought we had an understanding of what the emails my lawyer sent you.
So do you now remember getting multiple versions of states 444Y that was changed at your request?
Not all of it.
Okay. Well, let's just show you. And you tell me which ones you remember.
Sure, they gonna make me remember now, Miss Love.
Okay.
I ain't gonna remember now.
So do you remember asking the state to change more than one thing on the factual acknowledgement?
A lot of times.
Do you remember the state making changes at your request?
I don't really know because I seen something different today that it wasn't what I thought it was the day I agreed.
Do you remember last week testifying that you hadn't seen any other document besides the one you signed?
I just seen them today.
Okay.
I didn't see it. My lawyer was just coming, asking me, and I guess he thought the question was gonna be changed, and I don't know. I don't think they was changed.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. Since you won't remember, that's fine.
This has already been testified to on direct or on cross, and now she's doing the entire direct again. This is so bizarre. At this point, she should just leave it. I mean, how can she recover? If there was any way for me to put a milk dud on her
When
seat.
you were asked by Mr. Shart about April 28th, 2015. Jeffrey Williams, he only asked you whether Jeffrey Williams was with you in addition to you and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. Is that right? Is my memory correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you feel on December 28th, 2022, as able as you have felt in this courtroom this week and last week to tell the judge when you needed to do something like talk to your attorney? Did you feel as free to talk to your attorney or ask for requests to speak to your attorney then?
I don't recall.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Is there any portion of what the jury saw in your December 28, 2022 testimony where you halted the proceedings? Or what wasn't seen? Did you ever halt the proceedings on December 28, 2022 to ask to speak to your attorney?
I don't even know the word you just used.
Did you ever stop and say, Judge, can I talk to my lawyer like you have today and last week?
Like I told you earlier, I ain't sitting over there. I'm sitting up here supposed to be telling my truth. And it's like you're not accepting my truth. I wasn't sitting over there in County Blues. I was sitting over there in County Blues. I'm in the free world. So it's like, I couldn't stop and say that over there.
Why couldn't you?
Because I don't understand that. But once I got up there, I thought I could. Because you told me that. You said, anything you don't understand, you didn't tell me that December the 28th, right?
Did your lawyer?
No. My lawyer didn't tell me to stop neither.
So sitting next to your lawyer, did you ask him questions? Not talking about what they were, but did you ask him questions at the table?
I would ask the witness to be allowed to answer the questions.
Judge, I'm not asking him what was said. I'm asking him.
The province of the what? Oh, no, that doesn't. Overruled.
Sitting at the table next to the lawyer you had known for 15 years, were you able to ask him questions?
I probably could have, but I didn't.
And in the back, when you were with the lawyer you've known for 15 years, did you ask him questions?
Yeah, I told him.
Well, if he wants to share it, it's his to share.
I don't want to. I don't want to share it. Okay, I don't want.
Specific about what you and your.
I don't want to share it.
And I'm not asking you what. I'm asking
I don't
you,
want.
did you?
She just said I didn't have to share it.
She said you didn't have to share the content. I'm asking
Well, I
you.
don't want to share it. I don't recall.
I'm asking you, did you ask
I don't
the lawyer?
recall. I don't recall. Here you go.
Are you saying that now because you're just frustrated?
Here you go again. Here you go again. Here you go again. That's it.
Okay, I disagree. The question was, were you able to ask him questions in the back? And frankly, he answered it. Okay. Before he didn't recall, so.
Thank you, Judge. All right. When you left court last week, did you wipe your nose at the jury?
What you mean?
Just that. Did you wipe your nose at the jury?
Yeah, when you asked me to do it,
I mean, when you got off the stand.
no.
Okay.
I wipe my nose at the chair.
All right.
See, yeah. She going too far.
Until there's an objection, they just ask questions. But all these are capable lawyers, as is your lawyer. So
Yeah, but she,
I just call the balls and strikes.
you silly.
All right.
I swear you is.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
She's silly.
I think she's almost done.
Yeah, I hope so. Before I go back left. Cause I don't mind going left.
I need to get a logo that follows her ass around.
Go back left.
Arguing back and forth with you.
Okay.
You just being petty now.
All right. You felt differently on December 28th, 2022.
You would have changed everything I want you to change. I probably wouldn't even be going through it. You probably wouldn't have gave me the deal. If you'd have came and asked me. Oh man, I'm sick of her, man.
I don't want to make you sick. Okay?
Well, let me take
Who
a
are you
break.
talking to right now?
Could I take a break?
Hang on just a second. Are you almost done? Because
I'm wrapping
there are
up.
some people who need a restroom break.
Could we just give them that break,
I
Your
need
Honor, and
one
I'll
back.
make sure that I'm on.
Give them
I'm
that,
wrapping.
yes, let's take a break right now.
Judge, this is your courtroom. You have every authority to make decisions on your own. Yeah, I mean, did you wipe your nose at the jury? What kind of question is that?
All right, we'll be in recess.
And we were about 5 minutes behind. Yeah, I mean, this is a faster clock. Complete faster clock. The judge lost control over her courtroom. And I assumed throughout the first few weeks of trial and everything that she would have complete control. Today, no control whatsoever. And Miss Love just going in circles, and then going back to that point, and then going back to that point, which she already asked 30, 40, 50 questions about. It's, yeah, I agree. It's baffling. Then Miss Love lost control over herself again. I mean, when she acted nice, all this sickly sweet, she actually she asked good questions, somewhat good questions, and got answers. And then, boom, she went back to B mode. Completely. I can't imagine what the jury is thinking right now. Hi, Thomas. says when she's stuck, she goes for the personal attacks. Same here as she does with Steele. Yeah. Yeah, but it's a bathroom break, and I need one too. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. This I might be able to do.
Prison the line, they be strolling through Atlanta streets. Crimes unfolding, but here's the twist. They're just a myth, ghosts in the night, they don't exist. Streets are buzzing, stories flying, legends living without denying. But in the shadows, truths resist. Quez and Lil Mike, just a twist. They're just illusions, echoes in the mist. Crimes and hills, but they don't exist. Walking down, doing all the crimes, staring stars in our ruthless rhymes.
Yeah. Whatever Miss Love is after is she wants that witness to testify exactly what was in the plea deal, plus freely giving out extra information. That went out the kitchen window quite fast. And now, since then, she tries to reel him back into everything that I wrote in that plea agreement that you signed is correct. And it isn't. My plan today was to cover the redirect and the possible recross, and then leave the rest for tomorrow because I have a lot of work. But they're still not done with redirect, and her way of asking questions is so infuriating because it leads nowhere. She doesn't stop circling around until somebody tells her to move along. And then she asks one or two questions, and then she goes back to circles. And yeah, this is the 4th day with this witness. Hey, kerfuffle. Yeah, this is day 4 with this witness. Miss Love told the court 3 hours on, well, before he took the stand. But yeah, he's still here. now I just want, I should be going to bed because it is 9 p.m. here and I need some sleep. But I need to know where, it's like watching a bad movie. You should just stop watching the movie, but you can't because something in it you need to find the answer to. And probably it's like in a bad movie, it doesn't get resolved. A bad reality show. And it's Trinton says, that's how compelling Sledge is. This is why I'm saying he's in control. Love and even the judge don't realize how well he's playing them. But he is street smart. And he has been in a lot of police interviews. So it's not his first rodeo. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh. Let's play some elevator music while I go fetch myself something to drink. Oh, I just realized back in March, I believe, if I remember correctly, you had this completely unnecessary witness on the stand. He was not an evidence collector. He was the person who put out, these yellow flags. That's evidence. That's evidence. That's evidence. That's all he did.
Mr. Sledgeback.
I need to find that one, and I will probably make a cutout about so you can have it as a video, because absolute worthless, and he was still on the stand, telling everybody how good he was at putting out yellow flags. I actually have this.
Yellow flag guy in the morning light, not quite sharp, but he's trying right. Marks the clues with yellow signs, never solves the case, but keeps us alive. He walks around with his flag in hand, marks the spots like he's in command. Yellow flags on every scene, he's a part of the team, though he's rarely seen. Yellow flag guy, that's his name. Not a mastermind, but it's all the same. Does his part in his own small way. Yellow flags make sure nothing strays.
I need to find that, and I will post it as one of these cutouts videos that you see me post once in a while. Because it was so, especially during cross-examination, it was so clear. That's all he did. He became a cop, or I don't know, of the office of sorts. And then day in, day out, he was called out to put out yellow flags.
That she's back in the office. So you can see this email, and Miss Persfield's, she's not with us, but she's back in the office. So you can add her back to the emails.
No, this
when
is
you're
live,
sending stuff.
Lady Bliss. We are live.
No, don't worry about it. I can do that. Do y'all know where Mr. Wright is? Anybody? Okay.
Where is Mr. Sledge and Mr. Wright? Both. He both decided, and he had people pointing, you should put flags over there.
I said, went to retrieve him.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I spent my entire adult life more or less on the floor with people who work on the floor. As a union rep, as a union jurist. And I mean, can I do all this flowery language? Yeah. But I don't see the point of it if it only makes me look like a prick. And I mean, there's a lot of smart people working minimum wage jobs. It's just that they more often than not don't know how to apply they can be clever in a broad sense or in a narrow sense. They just haven't learned how to apply it to be more successful. And I meet so many, some of the most stupid people I have ever met are people with PhDs. And some of the smartest people I've ever met are people who barely made it through school. And I kind of take pride in being able to talk to all kinds of people. And if I don't get it, I ask them. Yeah, Law and Seward will have clips up. I don't know if I will have time to put up anything from this stream, because once the redirect is done, I'm off. I'm sending you over to Cat Not Williams doesn't start until 5 p.m. I think, so you get to see everything all over again. I don't think I'll be on for that long, but that depends. I don't even know who's on right now. Yeah, I'll be sending you over to her anyways. Might as well. Oh, poor Cat. She has no idea what she's in for. Oh. Now, no matter when this stream ends, I will send you over to Cat Not Williams so you can press that. I can't redirect to Miss Sylvia. She doesn't have that thing on. Dear Woke Christian, maybe. Let me check. Hey, I can redirect to Dear Woke Christian, but it depends on when
That's all right.
this.
We have you back now.
Depends on when the redirect is done. Broken Baker is also live. Well, I do know that Fanny Willis have some hearings coming up in a month or so.
What happened to it? Oh, you know what?
Here we go again. Nosy Rosie's diamond painting? What's that? I have no idea what that is.
You're present, counsel.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
I believe that to everyone's delight, that's all that I have for Mr. Sledge right now.
All right, thank you. Is there any recross from any of the attorneys?
Not on the behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Okay.
I-
All right.
I want to apologize to Ms. Lord, courtroom and the jury.
Be released, but be
Okay.
excused temporarily.
Okay, you are excused. You're still under subpoena, so there's a possibility that you might get called again at some point. If so, somebody will let you know through Mr. Wright.
Okay,
But
thank
you
you.
are free to go.
Thank you.
All right. That
Ms. Love, call your next witness.
it's going to the club.
Your Honor, the state calls.
Okay, let's see if it's something interesting. If it isn't, I'm out. I'm tired as
I
fuck.
believe that I will be calling a lieutenant, but if not, it will be Mr. Wright.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Wright. Oh, God. Yeah, I know AV is streaming, but I don't think I can redirect to her. I will check.
Yeah.
Check. No, she doesn't have that on where I can redirect to AV. Mr. Wright is, if that
State
is the
calls Mr. Derek Wright.
Mr. Oh, yeah, here's Mr. Sledge's attorney. Okay, I need to see this.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Lawyers are infamous of being bad witnesses.
Right. Derek, D-E-R-E-K, Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Forgive me for putting you on this stand. This is not a place that I know you normally reside.
Sustained.
I'm going to take these away from you.
They are trying to call him for some inconsistencies regarding his client's
Mr. Wright, I will not be getting into matters of privilege. I'll just ask you a few brief questions regarding your interaction with the state as it relates to the witness that just testified.
Okay.
First of all, would you please tell the jury how long you've been practicing law?
It's a year short of 30 years, so 29 years.
And how long have you known Mr. Antonio Sledge?
At least 15, probably longer, somewhere between 15 and 20 years.
And forgive me, but were you sworn in? You were sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet him first in your capacity as an attorney representing him, or did you know his family before you began representing him?
In a legal capacity first.
Okay. Do you know how many instances where you've had to represent Mr. Sledge in Fulton County? Without saying a number, are you aware of how many instances?
If I thought about it, I probably would come up with an accurate number.
Is it, have you had at least 10 occasions to interact with him on not criminal matters, but just matters, legal matters?
When you say occasions, are you referring to cases or just interactions? I've not represented him on 10 cases. It's far less than that.
Okay. Over the last 15 years, are you comfortable telling the jury how many cases that you had an occasion to represent Mr. Sledge?
I would say, for sake of being accurate to this one and the one they've heard about from before, and I think a misdemeanor case. So other than that, I would be having to really dig deep, and I think that's probably it.
Did the misdemeanor case happen 15 years ago?
Probably more like
No, they're fucking business.
So what was the first, when you say you've been his attorney for 15 years, what was the first instance? What year was the first instance?
Again, I can't tell you. I'm not being difficult. I just don't recall. I just know that I did come in contact with him as an attorney. And then with many of my clients, I developed a relationship. So he is someone that I've considered a friend, and I know him, some of his family, and therefore I've had an ongoing interaction.
I don't know
with
why
him,
he's answering this.
both professional and personal, for 15 plus years.
All right. Is it fair to say he's not the only person that you've represented in criminal matters?
Correct. I've represented many, many people over the years.
Have you had occasion to represent many, many people in Fulton County over the years?
Yes.
Have you had occasion where when you make an entry of appearance with respect to, say, for instance, a bond hearing, but have been required to stay on
this even remotely
as a person's
relevant?
attorney?
Early on, when I first started, you had some of that because, one, often you might get onto a case and then get appointed where the county pays you to stay with the client.
Okay.
So early on, there was sort of an advantage to getting on early, and then you could stay on if the client either retained you privately or the county paid you. Later on, that changed, and more emphasis was put on public defender and contract attorneys and other stuff. So I would say in the last 10, 15 years, not so much.
So if you signed on to represent a person in the last 10 or 15 years for one thing and wanted to withdraw, the courts have allowed you generally to do that?
Generally, it depends where you are. If you're in Toombs County, Toombs County don't let you withdraw. Once your name hits the paper, you're the attorney regardless of whether you get paid or not. Okay. There's some other counties like that.
Okay.
Fulton is generally pretty liberal, where Fulton, if you and the client come to a disagreement or if money, Mr. Green doesn't show up, that also is a reason that you can sometimes get out of a case. So from that standpoint, Fulton is a little more understanding that sometimes the attorney and client have to go separate ways.
Without getting into the specifics of what you may have shared with your client, unless he waives it and you've been given permission to, and you'll have to tell me if that's the case.
Well, I'll tell you now, he has not waived attorney-client privilege.
That is fine.
So I am restrained by the laws
That's
of our
absolutely
state.
okay. Okay. So without getting into anything that is privileged information, would you tell the jury if information that is said between you and your client in the presence of others, such as Lieutenant N.Starow, a lawyer from the state, whether that information is considered privilege?
It's a two-part answer.
Yes.
From an attorney-client privilege standpoint, that conversation may not be privileged because it's been said outside of me and the client, meaning there's more individuals hearing it.
Right.
From a plea negotiation, and whether plea negotiations are admissible in a court of law, that is beyond the attorney-client relationship, but an admissibility issue. And therefore, the question of this conversation isn't so much an attorney-client, but whether if it's a plea negotiation or it's the furtherance of one, is it admissible?
Okay. So have you been sitting in court during the entire time that Mr. Antonio Sledge has been on the stand?
Yes. Well, there may have been a
With the
1 hour,
exception of-
1 hour short period of time one morning where I had someone covering for me. But other than that, I've been here the entire time.
Were you present in court when he was asked by Mr. Steele about a June 2024 meeting in Fayette between Lieutenant Lancico, yourself, Mr. Sledge, and myself?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall that meeting in Fayette County?
Yes. It was the Starbucks in Fayetteville, my place.
And how would you characterize that? First of all, how long did that meeting last?
I would estimate maybe plus or minus 40 minutes.
Okay. And generally speaking, how would you characterize that meeting, the content, the purpose?
Often when you enter into an agreement with the state, you'll be asked to come in or meet with them to discuss questions they may want to ask, subjects they may want to cover. And basically, it's almost sort of like a prep session. And from the defense side, we're also trying to get an idea. What are you going to ask us? Where are you going with things? Mm-hmm. So it's sort of both sides feeling each other out. And that way, when we get to court, things can sort of go smoothly. And that was sort of what we anticipated. Mm-hmm. And that's generally what the meeting was. To be honest, we did not get into the details of testimony as much as I am generally accustomed to. Most of it was, Miss Love, you getting to know my client and getting a feel for him, and vice versa. So honestly, a lot of the details weren't discussed. It was more of a feel each other out kind of meeting, in my opinion.
Okay. And do you recall me asking your client about any specific details of the case or the plea that he signed on December the 28th?
There was discussion at that meeting about the plea that he had signed, a couple of videos, and again, I'm generalizing because I don't have an exact memory of everything. And again, because you didn't get into a lot of the details, like, to be sure, there was no script, there was no, here are the questions you're going to be asked. It was a very generalized kind of conversation. There was at one point, which y'all have talked about, a point where he started to share because he volunteered it.
When you say he volunteered it, what do you mean? Did I ask him something about it?
Mr. Sledge volunteered the subject of what Mr. Williams may have said to him.
Okay.
And to be clear, while it definitely wasn't what you were asking, it wasn't on the subject you wanted to cover. Therefore,
you say the subject I wanted to cover. Please explain what you mean.
You were asking, and I don't remember, to be honest, exactly what the question was, but it wasn't responsive to the question. That's why it stood out. And when you heard what he was saying about Mr. Williams, mm-hmm. there was an immediate reaction where it was, that's not what I'm asking you, is what you said to him.
Uh-huh.
And he said, well, he went on, said what Mr. Williams told him.
And was that the part where he's saying he encouraged me to take?
Okay.
What part are you talking about?
This is what I've observed discussion in the courtroom about what he said about Mr. Williams telling him to take Woody to see the police.
Okay.
And the point was, as his attorney, as a defense attorney, I took it as that wasn't a subject you wanted to talk about and you weren't asking him about. But I can't say that I ever heard you say, don't tell the jury. It was nothing that definitive, but it was simply, that's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I've asked you to tell me. And ultimately, we sort of moved on from it, but it was just clear he very much wanted to say it, and that wasn't what you were looking for in terms of whatever the initial question was. So, but answering the issue at hand, I cannot say that you ever said, don't tell the jury.
And listening to the questions that I've put upon your client during direct examination and redirect examination, where I've asked the question and his response has caused me to say, that's not what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Would you characterize the interaction at that coffee shop as different than or similar to those type of interactions?
I would say one, the overall interaction at the coffee shop was pleasant. No one was arguing, yelling, screaming, anything like that. It was very pleasant. You'd ask a question, he'd provide an answer. And then even when we got to that, it still wasn't combative. It was simply, that wasn't what I asked you, or what I'll ask you. It was, again, that just wasn't a subject you were going to be asking him about. So it sort of came and went.
And when you say that's not or wasn't a subject I was going to be asking him about, is it your testimony that my response had to do with the question? Your Honor, I'm not.
And honestly, he's a lawyer. He's gonna be able to handle it. I'll give you a little leeway.
Thank you. When you tell the jury that I said, that's not what I'm asking you,
mm-hmm.
Was your understanding that that's not what I'm asking you related to the question that I had just asked that he seemed to have not been responding to?
It was to the question. That was not the subject matter or topic you were asking a question to. Again, I did not hear it. And again, maybe I'm biased because this is what I do, but I did not hear it as an instruction to say, don't you tell the jury this, or I want you to only tell them about that. It was, that's not what I'm asking you right now. I'm not going to ask you about that. As in, so I did hear that extra part, but again, it just reinforced the idea that you weren't.
But he did hear that extra part. Let's listen to it again.
I'm not going to ask you about that. As in, so I did hear that extra part, but again.
So she did say, I'm not going to ask you about that. As in, don't reveal it. He is now Miss Love is talking to somebody at her level with a law degree. He knows how and what he can say.
And it just reinforced the idea that you weren't instructing him to limit his testimony in any way. It was just clear that wasn't a subject you planned on going into.
Mm-hmm.
So as a defense attorney, of course, yeah, my bell rang and I said, that's a hot topic, but it wasn't any ethical issue because I didn't hear you in any way tried to discourage him or.
Yeah, but this, it doesn't matter, because even if you, Mr. Wright, reacted to it, how did Sledge react to it? That's the issue here.
Instruct him not to convey that information if asked.
Okay. Now, were you present or were you asked by anyone else whether that was something that had been said?
Well, I wasn't asked, but I will say I am defense bar through and through for almost 30 years. Just as I, in this situation, sort of call balls and strikes. I'm not on one side or the other. And when one.
Why the fuck wouldn't you be on your client's side? Why don't you call balls and strikes? You don't pick sides. You have a side, your client, and your client alone.
One side has contact with me. I'll reach out and have contact.
Okay, my misunderstanding. He doesn't call balls and strikes between the state and the defense. My mistake. Sorry.
Contact with the other side to make sure both sides are getting information. And I did reach out and contact Mr. Steele, I believe, or it may have been Max, to say, hey, we did sit down, we had a meeting. Quite honestly, you know, there's no big secrets or anything about the meeting, but I will say there was a situation where when one subject came up, it wasn't what she was asking about, but it resonated with me because knowing what the issues of this trial are, I knew my brethren in the defense bar would want to make sure they knew, Sledge knew, or was told by Mr. Williams to take Woody to the police. Now, I imagine they may already know it, but they may not have known that Sledge had that information. So just as the state was aware of it, I wanted to make sure the defense is aware of it. And I've also made him available so that if they wanted to question him, he could also be questioned by them. In other words, fair to both sides.
And were you present when Mr. Sledge was in communication via Zoom or some other way
Absolutely.
with Defendant Williams' attorney?
Correct. In fact, there's not been a single attorney that's contacted me, and it's only a handful of times, but they've always contacted me to talk to Sledge.
Okay.
Every attorney has shown perfect professionalism.
Were you asked by any counsel for any defendant whether the state ever instructed Mr. Sledge to not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged him to go to the police?
Let me answer it in two parts. Yes, I have told them.
No, were you asked? That's the first question.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure I'm addressing the question because, you know, us lawyers, we like to talk.
So did Mr. Steele ask you if I told Mr. Sledge, don't tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to go to the police? Did he ask you that question?
I don't recall him necessarily asking the question, but I told him my observation of that conversation. And Mr. Sledge told him his observation of that, really on the same Zoom meeting. So he actually, without having to ask it, received it from both me and Mr. Sledge. And even at that time, I said, I did not hear it that way, but if my client says he heard it that way, then he heard it that way. So it's quote unquote, two people hearing the same thing may take it a different way, especially one who is a defense attorney.
Did I inquire that of you after hearing that from Mr. Sledge? Did I ask you about that?
We have talked about it, yes.
And did you tell me that you told Mr. Steele? No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Well, I told Mr. Steele, I never heard you tell him, do not tell the jury. What I told you was that I've explained, I didn't hear her say that. I heard that she didn't seem to like that topic, but I can't say that I heard you instruct him. But my client insists that that's what he heard. So that's I know it's not a black and white answer, but that's the gray answer where my client has been very consistent saying, this is what he heard, but that's not what I heard. So I'm not gonna juice it up for the state or for the defense. I can only convey what I, in good faith, heard.
And is there anything in particular that you recognized or saw that made you think I did not like that topic?
Knowing the general idea of what the case is about, that ultimately the state's theory of the case that Mr. Williams.
Without getting into what you believe the state's theory of the case is, I'm asking you specifically what you observed that made you believe. And Your Honor, I'd ask.
That's not what she was asking, so no. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, please go again.
I'm asking you what you observed me do or say facially, non-facially, verbally, non-verbally, that led you to believe in some way that I didn't like that topic.
The fact that you stopped him pretty abruptly, meaning as he was going into it, he sort of answered anyway. So it wasn't that you didn't yell, you didn't scream, you didn't do anything, but it was just, as attorneys, what we're really good at, I know we're gonna say talking, but listening and picking up. And when I saw that all of a sudden there was sort of a screeching stop point, that's when I realized, well, maybe, and again, not knowing the details of this case, maybe.
So is that where you drew your conclusion?
Let him finish his
Yeah, maybe that topic, that point has some meaning and some significance. And that's where my thought was, okay, well, just as something may be significant about it in talking to the state, let me also make sure I've conveyed to the defense, hey, that might be some sort of topic. And again, I didn't know what he did or didn't do because my role sort of stopped pretty early in this. So again, my thought is if I'm neutral and calling balls and strikes, I want to make sure that they also are aware that may be a topic of interest. And but nothing about your body language or your mannerisms went to anything more than just, hey, maybe there's something there that someone needs to look into.
Did I tell him that's not what I asked in a way different than you've heard me say that when he's on the stand?
No.
Okay. And when I've said that's not what I've asked, when he's been on the stand, did you draw a conclusion that that was something I didn't want him to tell the jury?
I didn't draw the conclusion, but I did draw the topic was not the topic you wanted to talk about, which of course I said, why? But it wasn't, I didn't extrapolate from that, you're trying to make sure he doesn't tell the jury.
You described.
I think he's doing some damage to Miss Love here because she keeps asking him over and over again, but I didn't say it out loud, more or less, my interpretation. And that's not what it's at issue here. The issue here seems to be you, Miss Love, did in all but saying it out loud, I don't want to talk about this specific thing. That is something this lawyer reacted to. And he also reiterated that she did say something to that a layman might interpret as, don't you dare talk about this. Because Mr. Sledge barely finished 9th grade. He's been on the streets since early teens. And Miss Love is this high, flowery, lawyery speak. Mr. Sledge, if that's how he interprets it, you can't do shit about it because you're bad at asking questions. And yeah, as N.Starow said, she is drawing more attention to it.
Did you ever describe the meeting that we had as one where it was supposed to be kind of a get to know you kind of meeting?
Yeah, I mean, that's in truth what it felt more like a let's feel each other out, get to know each other.
And before your client offered up the information, Thug encouraged me to go tell the police or take Woody to the station.
Mhm.
Had I asked him any questions leading up to that?
That was towards the later part. You had already gone through some questions. I think we had asked about video. We had asked about the history of Cleveland Ave and the formation of certain gangs, notwithstanding YSL, but even before YSL. So there had been plenty of conversation. And again, more of a get to know who Mr. Sledge is, where he's from, what part of the city, how he met folks, like how he met Mr. Williams and, those kind of things. So this wasn't this particular.
What's really interesting here is that the state did no attempt to share this information with the defense. He did. There's something weird going on with my Wi-Fi here. Is there a thunderstorm coming in? Hold on. Nope. Nope. Weird. All right, we're back. No. Wi-Fi. W-I-F-I. Wi-Fi. Yeah, as I said, the state made no attempts of revealing this information to the defense. And they are probably really mad that he did.
Part that we've been talking about wasn't the beginning, it wasn't the middle, it was probably more towards the end. And maybe 10 more minutes of meeting.
Had I asked him anything about Donovan Thomas's murder?
We clarified, as we did earlier, that one, he wasn't there, wasn't involved, and clarified he doesn't have specific information helpful to the state or to the defendants about the shooting of Mr. I'm blanking out that quick.
Mr. Thomas.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I know more so.
All right. Now you mentioned videos. Were you present in court when I asked your client about the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall in June of this year, while we were at that Starbucks, that is your spot, where I brought up the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
Do you recall whether I simply went into there's a video where someone talking about you lie to your mom.
And again, why isn't Miss Love a witness? Because she's revealing so much information that can't be verified. Now, he can say a bit about it, but he still is under attorney-client privilege, and he has responsibilities towards his client.
I remember us talking about it generally because what was being discussed, not so much stated by him, but just discussed is, this is sort of a street topic. You might pick up on any street conversation where we're talking about, hey, you might lie to your mama, your daddy, your family, but when you're in court, you got to tell the truth. But
my question to you specifically is,
weren't you finished, Mr.
yeah,
Wright?
that
was
was it.
finished.
That was it.
my question to you specifically is, do you recall me asking your client? I want to ask you about a video where they're saying you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids.
Mm-hmm.
And your client saying, that's not me. Do you recall that interaction specifically?
Partially. I remember the conversation and the topic. I don't remember his answer being no. I remember that conversation led to a conclusion that this is something that's just said in the street. And he didn't necessarily have a point of origin of it or this or that, but it was just something that's in the street. So that's why I can't give you an answer to both parts of your question.
Mr. Wright, do you recall me telling your client, so is the answer you don't recall him saying that's not me?
Correct.
Okay. That's okay.
I remember it being played.
Wait, you remember a video being played?
I want to say, I don't know if it was played or we heard the audio.
On what?
Well, that's what I'm trying to remember because we only had phones. We may have had a laptop.
Why are you
Again, and I
laughing,
could be
Miss Love?
incorrect. That's why the safe answer is I'm going to say no, because my recollection of that specific point is not, I don't know if we simply talked about a video or if one was shown.
Okay. Do you recall me telling your client, I have a video of him saying that?
You may have, yes.
Do you recall telling your client, act as if the state is God and they know everything? They already know the answers to the questions they're asking you. So don't try to be clever, just tell the truth.
It is customary when I.
No, wait, I don't mind the explanation. If I said it wrong, just say, no, you didn't say that.
I don't have a specific recollection of saying that, but it's customary for me to tell my clients when you are in a cooperating posture, when they ask you questions, assume that they know the answer to the question they're asking you, that they're asking you not just to find out information, more often than not, they're testing you. They're trying to see, can they trust you or rely on your responses? Are you going to be truthful with them? So yes, it is likely I would have had that conversation. Would I have said God or some other analogy which made sense? Something. But it's more likely that I, at some point, made sure I said words to the effect of, when they ask you questions, assume they know the answer already. This is more of a.
But with this freaking prosecution, they don't even know the answers to the questions of their own names. It's so bad.
Testing, not a inquiry for information. So that's why I'm saying I may not have used those exact words, but I'm sure I probably did have that exchange in terms of the concept.
And when would you find it necessary to advise your clients in such a manner?
When they are in a cooperation agreement, and once we realize, they're putting us under subpoena, we actually have to testify. And then the posture sort of changed. That it's not just, hey, we're willing to testify. It's no, you're going to testify. And if you do, understand you have to come in, you're gonna have to tell the truth. And the state's gonna question you and ask you some things. And when they do, that's when I would say, don't think you're gonna outsmart them and you're smarter than everyone in the room. You need to almost assume they already know the answer to the question. And therefore, being truthful is always in your best interest. One, it's the right thing, but two, it's the smart thing.
Prior to that meeting, had you already been made aware that your client would be testifying?
Well, yes, the purpose of the meeting was, they are going to have us testify.
Right.
So we need to meet with them and see what questions they're going to ask. And like I said, just as
So they didn't actually subpoena Mr. Sledge for testimony until just because this meeting was, when was it? June something? That's when Woody was on the stand. That caused all the ruckus. How did they not subpoena him until that short amount of time until he was supposed to testify? Because remember, Woody just got off the stand. Mr. Sledge was supposed to be the next witness. Why did they wait so long with a subpoena?
y'all are feeling us out, we're feeling you out to get an idea. Okay, what things are they going to talk about? Are there any issues that are going to happen? And based on the plea and the fact that there was, we'll just say, some tussling or adjusting in terms of what the state was thinking of his factual proffers and what he was thinking, I figured this would also be a good time to start to iron some of those differences out and make sure that we're all on the same page as to what he can testify to and what he can't.
So you do not recall saying that in response to my telling him that we have a video of him saying they lie to your mama and you lie to your kids and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth.
I may have said, wait. That's the video you're referring to. You're asking me, did I counsel him about assume the state knows?
In response to my saying to him, I have a video of you, not anybody else I'm talking about, but I have a video of you and him sitting back smiling. And then you saying that you have no memory of that.
I may have, only because listening to the dynamics of the situation, that would have been a time it would have triggered me to say to him, hey, this is, make sure you understand, you need to be straight with them. So I don't have a specific memory, but just knowing that I've been doing this a while,
Okay.
I'm sure I probably did.
Okay. Now, back in November of 2022, did the state seek?
This is so improper. What she is about to go into now about the plea agreement and what was said and not said, that should be handled in a hearing about his plea agreement, not here.
Do you recall getting an email from me asking whether your client wishes to speak with the state about the case?
I believe November 17th.
All right.
I could be wrong, but I believe that was
All
when I received that email.
And you might have gotten one in November 17th. But did you also give one? I'm going to show you what I have marked and provided to counsel for the defense, but I'm willing to show again as State's Exhibit 450 Yankee, if anyone wants to see it. Sure.
I don't like this at all. This should not be in front of this jury. This should be in front of a judge regarding the plea agreement. And if it violates. Now she's trying to circumvent that by having his lawyer testify. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Hey, look. That would be sidebar counter 244. So that's 7 sidebars in one day. That's gonna be a record. Not in this trial.
Take 10 minutes. Oh, I know what it is. I still.
From me to attorney.
All right, we're going to take, oh, it's okay. 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, maybe longer, who knows? To give them an opportunity to look at a couple of things.
What? Oh, Cat just went live.
I mean, you're free to stay or free to step out. Do you want him to step out? Or, yes? Okay. Do you mind stepping out? All right, y'all all take a minute and.
Judge, may I just, so that they are clear for the record, exactly which one is which?
Sure.
So State's Exhibit 450 Yankee is the proffer, it's the email dated November 30th, 2022 at 5:44 p.m. From myself to Mr. Wright. And it is, the attachment is proffer form sledge. It says, "Good afternoon, Attorney Wright. It is always good speaking with you." That's the one labeled 450 Yankee. The one labeled 451 Yankee.
Did I miss a sidebar?
The email sent from me to Attorney Wright that is labeled sledge agreement and dated December 27, 2022 at 4:57 p.m. It starts, "Here you go, Derek." And attached to each email
I don't know when I missed it, but thank you.
attachment that was sent at the time the email was sent. Then 452 Yankee is another email to Attorney Wright that says sledge agreement updated. And it is December 27, 2022 at 5:06 p.m. with the attachment sledge agreement updated. 453 Yankee is the.
Yeah, I don't give a flip. Folks, I need sleep. It is almost 10 p.m. here. My alarm bell goes off at 4:30 a.m. I need my sleep. So, folks, thank you for showing up. Thank you to Iron Rabbit for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you to Deborah Williams for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you to Sebastian for being a member for 9 months. Thank you to Chloe for $2 super chat. Thank you to Chloe for $5 super chat. Thank you to Jeannie Hughes for a $10 super sticker. Thank you to Blue Skies for $2 super chat. Thank you to Chloe again for another $5. Thank you to Chloe again for another $5. Thank you to Blue Skies with $2 and Blue Skies for $2. Isn't this overkill? Oh, it is so much overkill at the moment. But again, thank you, folks. I'm going to send you over to Catnot Williams. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm not sure when I can start tomorrow, but at some point I will. All right. I will see you and hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Bye-bye.
In the courthouse where time stood still, generations pass on the hill. Prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption, split tight as a vice. In this